What's up, misfits, one and all, to tonight's midnight ranting. Jesus saves atheist on their deathbed. And, we're watching a video.
Sounds a little sus to me. I don't know.
Sounds a little
fishy.
sus.
Yeah.
Oh, and it's a turntable. Kind of like, what is that, M. Night Shyamalan movie? Oh, what a twist. So you kind of saw it coming. Anyway, we're watching a video from the channel Cassidy Kellagher, not that Gallagher, called How Jesus Saved an Atheist.
The dumber version of Gallagher.
On her deathbed. So won't you join James W. and myself, Amy Newman, for a good time worth dying for. Spooky.
Spoiler alert, though, Jesus does nothing of the sort. So if you're expecting that...
I was going to say, if you're expecting a whole bunch of, like, cool visual effects, not going to happen. Nonetheless, I want to thank everyone out there for joining us on the intertubes. I don't know how they fit it through there. Wow.
Ask your mother.
That's right. Ask your mother. You never call her anyway. Please don't forget to like, follow, or subscribe. Woohoo! Because then you gain access to that bell icon, which when set to all, will give you reminders to see our premieres, like our last Ask Me Anything and our new one that's going to be coming up in a week or so, but also our live streams like this right now. OMG. Except there isn't one. I know. But we're also sending love out there to Pat. Thank you so much. Amy Newman for president. We heart Amy Newman. Save me, Amy. Pat, I am sending the love right back. And we are saving each other because in the Skeptic and Ranting, the just atheist, agnostic, including all of our pagans and just science allies out there, I think we have each other's back. Because once again, we don't have to schism and we don't have to do takedown videos of each other. Exactly. But I'm just sending so much love to Pat, who is back in black. We are so happy to have him back after doing field research, and I am just excited because we are in more pre-production Talk Skeptic TV, as well as a whole bunch of more fun, baby.
A whole 15 feet full.
A whole 15 feet. Though I do want to send love everyone out there. A Doubting Thomas, a Shade Bilowitz, Doc Fearsome, David Devine, The Sinister Porpoise, Pat Lowinger, Kira, Doc Fearsome, everyone James out Wolfe. There. Exactly. James Wolfe, sending love out there. In fact, this entire show content is all sponsored by our channel members, who you can actually find in the description below, as well as our Patreons, because our housekeeping is sponsored by them,
and George Soros.
Exactly. Which has been, oh my goddess, I've been in the P&R server lately, and it's been so much fun because I'm getting like those old vibes that I used to have when I was on the politically incorrect board on 4chan, and woo! It's so much fun.
You take a shot every time somebody says George Soros. You'll be
Oh my
embalmed
God.
with it.
If
You'll
I
be
took a
embalmed within 10 minutes.
If I took a shot every time they asked me what is a woman, I would have alcohol poisoning.
But you'll be perfectly preserved. You'll be perfectly preserved.
But the amount of people to correctly answer how women evolved or why it seems to be that men evolved from women. Crickets. Zero. Big goose egg.
The rib thing? Yeah, the rib thing.
I've gotten that many times. That's the only answer I got. Either crickets or the rib thing. Very scientific. Thank you. But also sending love to Oz, who was doing a fantastic stream just a little bit with Aaron. You should go check it out. Sending love to the entire Tang gang over on the Atheist
Aaron Coalson, yeah, he was doing a show with him tonight. Yeah.
So, once again, speaking of not having the schism, boom,
I was keeping an eye on things.
What's that?
On that, I said I was keeping an eye on things. You know, that elevator ride up from hell takes forever. When you are on that ride,
well, it's a shame, because we've had so much good retail. We've been converting so many people to hell. And so, you got to do what you got to do.
We are doing amazing. George Soros said, pushing those hormones and puberty blockers, and it's been amazing. We are doing our part. Really.
We're not going to stop until there's gender studies in every algebra class, or at least that's what they tell us. But also sending love. Also on there,
who is that?
Jena, Biddy Buddha, Shane the Skeptic, just everyone out there. You should be checking out hashtag Tangang, hashtag Oz, Jesus is a myth. Ian Davenport sending love. Sending so much love to Ian Davenport, who reminds us we're talking about creationists.
Devil pays really well for souls. I mean, he really makes the offers you can't refuse. I mean,
exactly. Well, and I also like to say, the space lizards can only convert their currency to shekels, and so
everything goes into shekels.
Exactly. Conveniently, that's what Satan pays in. So mostly because the Jews don't believe in Satan, so they're like, whatever, we'll take whatever currency, because they only have the snake. That was actually a retcon concept by the Christians and the Muslims.
Is that what Satan himself endorses? Well, I mean, if he endorses it sinister, then it's got to be the best. Right?
That's right. Satan brand estradiol works the best.
Hey, if he endorses it, it's got to be the best. I tell you what. Thank you.
Some side effects include being fabulous,
being skeptical of religious claims.
Well, it's both one of their biggest fears, but I know that their leaders know better. I know that they're just wielding it. They like scour for what they can twist into the worst narrative that they can create to create fear. And that's why, once again, we support Satan brand estradiol. Oh, sending love. But also sending love to a grumpy old cuss. When we listen to these type of claims, it just makes us and, kind of all of the skeptics and the scientific brand community go bleep, bleep, bleep. Because if you believe in a 6,000-year Earth, you are borderline flat earther or comparable. Now, I understand. You're
very comparable.
Amy, I drive a car and go to my job, and I have a phone, and I'm just a normie.
I managed to put my pants on.
Exactly. I'm the...
I'm not Gavin Herleman. I can put pants on.
That's right. I put my pants on one leg at a time, and they manage to stay up. It's fantastic. I just want, little bit of evidence for the 6,000-year-old
I'll
Earth
bet
thing
you
because kind of
do. I'll
silly.
bet you do.
Which is
Bet
what
you do
Diana
want some
Smith
evidence.
wants as well, because they kind
Oh,
of
well,
judged
definitely.
51% of the community went really hard. It's either looking down on biological women or looking down on transgender women. You know, whatever type of women is out there, the religious fundamentalists have a way to look down on them. It's fantastic.
But what even is a woman anyway? I don't.
So, well, and once again, I don't understand why they bring up subjects which get them tongue-tied, and then they have to make statements like or ... Well, I'm not a biologist, and you're like, oh, really? Is that the thing? That's the smartest thing you've actually said all night. You're not a biologist, so maybe you shouldn't be answering those questions, because the skeptics, the people that, you know, crack open the biology textbook and not the good book, we know those answers. We know how women evolved, and then men after. We know how unisex and mating pairs in single-celled organisms work.
Sounds very sus, yeah.
Very sus. Got to use that science shit. But also sending love to Pat Lowinger.
Thank you, Pat. He's out there in
We've been
chat. Good to see you,
sending
Pat.
love to Pat. That's right. Pat is back, ready to spread some archaeological actual knowledge, because, you know, we get things like, well, the Bible has Egypt in it. Oh my goddess, I got a point. Not, I'll say this. Basically, I was like, Adam and Eve, Moses, Noah, these are not historical figures. And they were like, well, Godwin's law, that guy didn't exist. The Humuhama Shubabin, loud voices and a mustache. Yeah, no, we actually have good evidence for that.
Right.
We even have diaries of people, little girls who might have like been through that, and video footage and
photographs
books
of him,
and
video tapes of him.
I mean,
thousands of witnesses who interacted with him.
Yes, like, and it wasn't even that long ago. You're gonna pick that guy? I really don't even. Sometimes
they don't know anybody else in history to pick. Who else are they gonna pick?
Exactly. Well, when they're not
they
normally trying to attach him to us, when he was most definitely a theist. Whether he was using Christianity,
whether he was
to as a
pagan,
but he was definitely a pagan, at least
some type of hybrid, yes, of Christianity and paganism. And
I mean, you see it in these nationalist circles. I mean, you see this whole like
the Nordic elements of it.
Nordic, but semi-vague allyship with the Christians and the vague and a bit of
Christians, but we'll use Nordic symbolism. Yeah.
We've seen that one before, but thanks.
Thanks for playing.
But sending love to someone who actually knows history, Pat Lowinger. But also Dale Pastel, who reminds us that we are just looking for empirical evidence. And spoiler alert, you guys aren't going to get, you're going to get a whole bunch of fascinating stuff tonight, but it's not going to be good empirical evidence. I'll tell you that much.
Baseless, unsupported claims?
That Jesus saves and then the team wins. Go local team! Yes, Jesus saves!
Oh. Like the band of misfits, they have no chance. They're playing up against the top team, and Jesus is the goaltender, and he's just knocking everything out.
The underdogs, of course. Yeah. You know, there was a scene at one point where the other, team threw one of the players into the ground and was like, yeah. And
you suck.
You suck, exactly. But Jesus saves.
But through hard work, they pulled themselves up by their bootstraps. And...
With Jesus as a what is it called? A goalie? What the hell is it? All things are possible. Oh my goddess. Sending love to Dale Pastel. That's sending love
Somebody manages to get a goal through and they instantly catch fire. Like,
exactly. Like we do when we see daytime. I'm pretty sure. But sending love to Dave Gar. I had someone claim the other day that the Bible predicted that the earth was round. We got news for you. It doesn't. No, it actually is kind of vague, and flat earthers use that. And then he went into some, they have some canonical, battle that they have, but that's up to you guys, not us. But sending love.
Let them play swords with that.
Oh, exactly. And sometimes, it's fun to play, the swords. They touch and everything.
Fencing, yeah.
Fencing, exactly. Is that what they call it?
I believe so.
Sending love to Dave Gar. Sending love to Scott Duke. Woo! Sending love Scott Duke. Reminds us that, they get triggered by the fact that we're animals.
They certainly do.
It's not humans and animals. It's that humans and other animals. Ooh. No, I'm not even trying to be like, oh my God, PETA! Which, spoiler alert, this girl, oh my goddess. But, no. Just the animals weren't poofed into it. I just want you to just understand that animals were not poofed via magic. I don't care what you eat. Just don't think that it fell out of the sky.
Well, where did they come from then?
Unless it's a bird. Then it did fall out of the sky if it was flying. I know. Well, and all I get is poof. I get less of an answer than the rib woman. That's the number one answer I get for where did women come from? Well, it was like, what my baby back.
What even is a woman? I
know. Well, can I ask you? I've also asked that to them, and I rarely get an answer. When I get that answer, I normally get an X. So we go through the X and the XY, and then I go, good. Which one's your God?
X, Y,
and they go, well, he doesn't have a. Well, what was the thing that you actually had before? And once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you're like, this tranny is just talking too much identity politics, I have never been asked that question more than when I go into fundamentalist channels. They just can't help themselves, ladies and gentlemen. They think it's the hot
tripping over themselves.
It is
tripping over themselves.
They've given up the attack helicopter. I feel like they've realized that doesn't work anymore, so that's their new thing. They get excited.
It's not edgy enough anymore.
It's not edgy. They have to, and they really do. They ask it. I've had it where I've had someone ask me, I answered it in less than a minute. I'm not being hyperbolic. Less than a minute, someone does it again. So I wish I could get it off my brain, but apparently theists really, really, really care about my junk. And so I can't help but talk about what they want, the fans want, baby.
Gotta play the hits.
Gotta play the hits. And, apparently this dude that watches us 24/7, 365 cares about it. So, But sending love, Scott.
He can't get enough of it.
He can't get enough of it. He watches us when we shower. But also sending love to Regis, reminding us. We do a Skeptic Bible study, and the most triggering thing about the Skeptic Bible study is we actually read the Bible. And let me tell you, if you want to make a non-believer, just read the Bible. Just read it. Don't skip it. Don't ask your pastor which are the good parts. I'm sure he'll give you Elvis's greatest hits as well. Yeah, the Sermon on the Mount. Wow, who saw that one coming? He or she said. But no, just listen to the mundane carnage that goes on in so many chapters.
The killing sandwiched between periods of absolute nothing.
Bye. Oh, don't worry. We can take the women and children as slaves. Hey, James, isn't that family values they were talking about? I'm pretty sure it is. Pretty sure. Thank you,
Right?
Regis.
And hey, if your kids aren't doing what you tell them to do, beat the crap out of them. And if that doesn't work, execute them.
Exactly. James, objectively good. Just kill them, and we'll be doing fun. We'll
Right.
be having a good time.
You beat them a few times to a pulp, and if they still don't get the message after that,
It's also sending love. What is up? Crash at the party. Boom, 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 boom.
hey, Nate.
What
Voluntary
is up, Sunflower? What is up, John Vance? I know it's the it's the good slavery. Don't you understand?
Well, I mean, I guess they did have a choice between being enslaved or being killed. So
exactly.
I mean, they did have a choice.
But also, I'll put a bow on this. Well, actually, let me send, first of all, I'll come back to it. That we're sending love also to Rachel Holland.
Rachel!
Who reminds us that the Bible, the Quran,
lots of calendars,
these books would never condone slavery, the unconsensual taking people from the nations around you. Would they? James, they wouldn't do that, would they?
I don't know. They might.
Which calendar has a recorded past 6,000 years?
Lots of them.
Lots. But I would also put not the Bible, technically, because almost the majority of the Old Testament didn't happen. Like, vast swaths of the Torah are just oral tradition and not like the kind that I like to do on my knees.
That kind of tradition.
That's a different type of tradition. So sending love to Rachel Holland, reminding us once again, James, objectively good. This is the objectively good, the most good God ever, except for tiny little slavery part. Look, everyone's got to mess up, even a perfect God, apparently. But also, I will, just to put one more note, because keep on tagging all of us, James W. and myself at Amy Newman, so that we can show your comments. And yes, oh my God, can I tell you why? And I know, once again, they're like, why does the tranny keep on bringing up the tranny? Because if you're in a theological debate and they bring up anything about who you personally are, it's not about, it's deeper than me being a tranny. Like, go derper, okay? It is about when someone starts to attack an ad hominem, who you are as a human being, it means they have no good evidence for whatever they were just pushing like 1 second ago. And so I love it. I'm like, let's get through that, because you probably don't even believe in evolution. Like, you're going to try to lecture us on biology? Biology. Okay, buddy, let's talk about snakes and like how they don't have a voice box. If you are Muslim, let's talk about how you need air to breathe. And then they're like, a miracle, a miracle. What happened to science? What happened to biology? What happened to... We're the ones that are throwing that shit away. It just seems to get tossed out window. I know, I feel bad. I will say, I know I go both ways. I can't help use some of that language. I'm the cuddliest version, just with same with James, of politically incorrect. All that means is to not have a filter and just talk lay language and stuff like that. Now, why it's associated so heavily with assholes is because most, if someone is being politically incorrect and they're saying terrible things to terrible people, believe them. They're just they've lost their filter and they're just saying terrible things. Hopefully, we have lost our filter and we're saying fantastic things. Though, yeah, we're talking shit about religion. Did you? Let's see. I see Sunflower and he's saying lost your last question. Come on topic. Come on topic. Da da da. Ba-da-bum. I'm going up further back. You may have to send that back to me.
Did you miss
I'm
it?
interested.
I got it.
I am. You got it? Oh, our bodies are ready. Oh, that's not tag, though. Tag us.
He didn't
So
tag.
you're okay with after trans stuff in general, as long as they personally don't go after. So wait, hold on. Let me try to understand this. So you're okay going after trans stuff. I don't think I go after trans stuff. My biggest message to trans people out there, if you are going to join the debate community, as I've said it time and time again, is just the Tyrion Lannister quote, which is never forget who you are. The world will not. Use it like armor, and it can never be used against you. That would be my only tip. Just know going in, yes, that is what they're going to use. Because unless the topic is LGBTQ rights, are the etc.,
really
they're probably off
relevant.
topic. They're probably bringing up a non sequitur, and it probably means they have no good evidence for a god. But send in love, Sunflower. Keep on sending questions. Everyone out there, keep on tagging James W. and myself at Amy Newman in chat. Okay, here we go. At least you're tagging me, but then we're going. We're finished. Okay, I'm asking if you're okay with interlocutors going after trans stuff in general, because you made it seem like once they bring up trans stuff, they folded their hand because. Well, I mean, what is the topic? Is the topic why is Jesus true? Then you shouldn't be talking about my genitals. I mean, if you are the opposition to a debate on trans stuff, cool. I mean, I disagree with you. You may be bringing up topics that make
it's relevant then.
You an asshole, but it's like James said, it's relevant. That is the time to talk about it. Like 9 out of 10 dentists recommending toothpaste, 9 out of 10 times that my genitals are brought up in the conversation.
Soft topic, yeah.
It seems to be that we are in a debate about theology, and I can't even drag them kicking and screaming to it. They're like, no. Chromosomes. I'm like, you don't even believe in biology.
Don't you want to talk about the Bible?
Evolution, which is biology.
No,
so, yeah.
no.
Don't want to talk the Bible? Sense and love, Kentucky. What is up, also the Twitch community?
Everybody out there on Twitch.
But send love to Rachel Holland, Regis Scott, and Senator Cato, reminding us the separation of church and state. Sometimes we find common ground with theists on secularism, but oftentimes we find a harsh attack on it, which is really just neutral. It's not atheism. It's not Maoism. No. It's our secular constitution, and maybe yours too. You
want to live in a country with a secular constitution.
Yes. We are biased openly that there should not be religious governments. Do I think we should be bombing? The joke is always, should we be going out there and bombing brown people? No, probably not. That's probably not the best way to win over people either. But no, we don't think there should be religious governments. We think they should peacefully transition to secularism, because that's the only way that they themselves are probably going to, have an actual decent government. And once again, we don't pray to the government. I have to do like another asterisk. I'm fairly moderate. James's are depending, we have issues. We go all over the place, and so it always goes. You worship the government. You worship yourself. They try and find things that we worship. Maybe
our used to say you worship your genitals.
Oh, we worship our genitals. I mean, maybe for 10 to 15 minutes at a time. I don't know. Maybe it's a long story. It's a few hours. I don't know. Depends on what you're into. But sending love. Bless that 15 feet. but sending love to Senator Cato, and also sending love to James Wolfe. Woo-hoo! Another person, just like Pat, James Wolfe does something that creationists are highly allergic to, which is research. It makes them break out into hives. But then we just get the massive conspiracy. They don't let us in. They don't let us publish our peer-reviewed papers that really accept almost anyone as long as you're doing rigorous testing methods.
So go to the website.
Go to the website. Go to this is definitely science.blogspot.com. That's where they really want a peer review.
/ orange jello.
Exactly. What? No, we love it. Sending love to James Wolfe. And last but not least, sending love to Matt D. Woo!
Hey, Matt.
Reminding us that creationists, specifically the young Earth variety, because if you're an old Earth creationist, you probably believe in science. But if you are a young Earth creationist, you could not explain my joke. Seems to be anything. Like whenever we turn the scope back on them, it seems to be that God works through mysterious ways. We can't know this. How does God create a galaxy? He spoke it. I know exactly. I agree. Yeah, just spoke it into existence. Makes total sense.
Such a very aggressive, protective dog.
Sensing love. I love puppos. But sending love to all of our channel members, our Patreons, our supporters, as well as our just,
our detractors.
General viewers, subscribers, everyone out there. You can help us both by clicking that join button right down below. It gives you access to not only a whole bunch of fun emojis, but badges that evolve, like triggering the creationists. And you can support us the most by going to our Patreon at patreon.com/Amy Newman. Thank you guys so very much.
Thank you guys for the support.
And all right, let's see, what is it? I can't help it. Being drawn in. But this is I swear, it's the bait. You've repeatedly asked me questions like, are you straight? Well, I've just said, have you ever, thought about the D? And
I think if you look back on it, it was probably on topic.
Have you ever
think it
felt
just came up out of nowhere?
Attraction? Yeah, I would very much doubt that it came out of nowhere.
It probably had something to do with something he said.
I find that the people who linger, especially in the hate spectrum, visceral on LGBTQ. James, have we had 2 people that have basically come out on the stream? We had 1. I will keep on just saying the sunflower. Maybe it's just a coincidence. I had a guy who was like, trannies, I would look better in a dress than most of them. And we're like,
I remember.
That was backstage, girl.
After the show,
and
like
then
an hour.
And there's another person that was just like, gays, and then we just press, and we press, and they're like, who doesn't have 1 or 2 relationships where you suck a D? And we're like, look, I don't know why. Maybe I know correlation is not causation, but sometimes it is. I don't know what else to say. Look, Sunflower, if you are a completely heterosexual man that just dreams of putting that face in pussy every day, do you? I don't know what else to say. As long as they're consenting. Legal, consenting, do it, baby. I don't know what to say about sex and gender other than that. Sons of love out there. We're about to go into the other side. What is up, Bree? What is up, Wes? Woo! I see the freak in there.
The freak. I haven't seen the freak in a little bit.
Dude, he came on the panel on Randolph Richardson the other day, which was a fantastic stream. Sending so much love to Randolph Richardson, who is just on Modern Day Debate. Sending love to both James over there, Sideshow Nav, the entire modern day debate community, but Randolph did kick ass, as I thought he would. But I mean, I'll be honest with you, I thought it was really one-sided. Even polite and like Canadian
dominated that debate.
Randolph Richardson had to like right at the end be like, dude, you didn't present any evidence for why atheism would lead to moral decay. So, so anything about you is I have the exact opposite. Sunflower, ask me anything. I mean, I'm literally reading your comments. I don't understand.
That's a show we do. Ask me anything.
What do you mean anything is off limits? Okay, but if your opponent says gay is bad, we ask them why. It's immediately responsible to, dude, are you sure you're not gay? Sunflower, why do so many gentlemen, and it is a lot of gentlemen, why do so many gentlemen who like have so much vitriolic hate for gays get caught on Grindr? Like, what do you want me to do? It's not me doing this. Trust me, the LGBTQ are having fantastic kinky sex, and we don't mind saying so because we don't have a dude that is watching us 24/7, 365
with a video
Once
camera.
again, with a video camera. If you have consenting adults, and hopefully you're not cheating or doing something behind someone's back, go to town. I don't see the problem. All right, one more, and then we'll go into my opener because we'll do it for. But this is what that. But James, this is what I mean. This is how long it takes to get to theology when it's really okay. Don't just say it's the opposite. I'll be invited. This is all started because you were on a whole tirade of why are Christians obsessed with my junk.
Tirade.
Okay.
Just a couple of comments.
I guess my question would then be, Sunflower, why are Christians obsessed with my junk? And then I have another question. I know you answered this. I guess I feel like I know what you're going to answer is, but man, the more you go into it, it just makes me be like, why do you care? What is it about LGBTQ? What is it about that subject that makes you interested about it? Do you have a particular view on it? Are you negative? Do you think there are negative? Is that what, like, I'm trying to understand, because it's almost like you're trying to weed. You're attacking my, I'm not even sure. Like, yeah. I'm open to saying
completely
whatever.
Out of control. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Mark.
Sending love out there.
We're just off the cuff, Amy. We're
off the cuff,
loose cannons here.
But we are actually about to go into the opposition viewpoint. I'm going to take a sip of my... I'm about to take a sip of this. Electrolytes. It is actually what plants crave. But, news alert! You can watch Amy for $1.99 a minute. Yeah, that's right. Ladies and gentlemen, call in. I will give your hottest take and try to really hone your epistemological toolkit. But yes, thank you so very much, Fat.
Rumor has it there were a couple of Amy Newman's videos found at Mar-a-Lago by the FBI tonight.
Oh my. Listen, I'm not going to say yes or no to that, Your Honor. All I want to say is that some people are saying some things. Thank you so very much, Pat. And that's right, baby. Call in so now, $1.99 a minute. Operators are standing by. But yeah.
Ready to take your call.
That's right, baby. And with that, before we get to the opposition viewpoint, do. Jesus saves Atheist on deathbed? Which is better than our earlier slogan, save 15% on car insurance by switching to Jesus. Funny enough, Jesus never saves people from being dead for longer than a few hours. Though 3 days of decomposition, Walking Dead style, even Jesus seems incapable of doing that. You know, except for that one time in band camp where Paul claims he, really did. Though the thing about deathbed conversions is they're not really replicatable. Like sleeping with your mom. Hey-oh! Oh, just kidding. That was Yahweh. If you're Joseph, anyway. Plus, these people are often under extreme duress. You know, that whole dying thing. So there is an inherent bias that we have to remove that can only come from, as far as we know, science. The same with near-death experiences, which I'm never sure how they're miracles. What normally happens is we begin by inserting something really bad. Then we assert that the really bad thing suddenly became gone. Conclusion? Therefore, God? This is not a valid form of reasoning. I always find it funny that there's never people who convert under extreme levels of joy. They win $1 million and they find Jesus. Funny enough, the $1 million seems to cover everything the Big J Man was doing. So when I hear Jesus saves Atheist on deathbed, as if to go, psych, right before dying, well, one of the aspects of religion is that it removes a fear of death. So it's easy to see why people on their deathbed or are in constant pain physically or mentally would want another chance to live free from turmoil. Though, it's also what gets us suicide bombers who have no fear of flying planes into buildings, because they actually believe they are the righteous ones, about to go straight to heaven. Like some sort of Southwest Sail, where you apply one coupon and a bomb, and you get your next flight free. Oh, what a deal. Though the mundane version of this is you spend your entire life thanking God, when there actually are people beyond the scenes working day and night to stop death and disease. We call them doctors. And chances are, if you survive a car accident, it's not Jesus you need to thank. It's Sarah, the EMT. Thank you. And all right, with that, we're going to hand it over to James W. What do you think, James? Can Jesus save us from that death?
Well, I mean, these are always interesting to evaluate, these supposed deathbed conversions, and they're a dime a dozen. You have to really take each one of them for what they are. And I think there's kind of like a mythos out there, an idea, and it stems from the fact that we hear this from a lot of Christians. Sometimes they'll come in and they'll say, you already know God is real, you're just in denial, but you really know. So the idea is that you already pretty much know he's real, so you're just going through life in denial. But when you know you're going to die, then at that point, what is there to deny? You might as well just embrace God. And or they'll tell an atheist like, "Oh, I bet if you were on your deathbed, you would think differently." And that's just because of the culture that we live in is pervaded by this Christianity, this idea of an eternal afterlife, either in paradise or in torment. And I guess nobody really knows what you'll do when you're put in that position. Like, if I were to be diagnosed with a terminal illness that was very unlikely to be cured, very low rate of, very unlikely to survive, and it was progressing, what would I do? And I would always say that I would hope that I would be able to maintain my dignity and be able to go into death keeping my sanity and my wits about me, and not just buying into the hope, the false hope that religion offers. But at the same time, nobody knows how you'll react until you're in that situation. So I don't judge people for if they do at the very end, if they do latch on to hope, because I mean, that's what it is. It's hope. But I don't think there's a good reason for the hope. I don't think it's a good way to live your life, hoping for this thing that we have no reasonable reason to believe is true just because you like it or because it helps alleviate fear. Be that as it may, it is people put in that position they are under a lot of stress, mental anguish. They may be in a lot of physical pain. So I understand why it happens, but it's not the product of calm, rational judgment. It's the product of fear and anxiety and mental pain and anguish at the very end. It is what it is. Like I said, I don't look down on anybody or judge anybody, because it's hard to tell how you would react if you were in that situation. So, yeah, but I think a lot of these cases are, and I think a lot of times, I think belief in God is kind of evolved into the ultimate virtue signal of our society. It's like everybody just wants to announce like, hey, I drink the Kool-Aid too. I am a Kool-Aid drinker. I believe in this God. And what it is, it's to provide reassurance to other believers like, oh, okay. I know I don't have good reason to believe. I just believe anyway. But hey, at least everybody else does too. So everybody believes, then it's got to make sense, right? There's got to be good evidence if everybody believes. But more often than not, I find it to be used as the ultimate virtue signaling. What did I see a few days ago online? I saw a picture of a lady by the name of Angela Baldwin. Now, she used to be called Angela Taylor. And her ex-husband's name is Russell Taylor, who, if you remember back a few years ago, was the best buddy of Jared Fogle, the disgraced subway guy, who is a Jewish man. He's comes from a Jewish family. He's a practitioner of Judaism who is serving a 15-year sentence for crossing state lines to hire underage prostitutes. And his friend is serving like 27 years for sexually exploiting children, for inappropriate contact with them, and for setting up cameras all over his house to record his own kids and neighborhood kids in states of indecency. And his wife now, just last year, was sentenced to 33 years in prison for assisting him and partaking in the abuse of these kids. But I find it so funny that in the background of her Facebook page, it's got a picture. You can't see the whole thing, but you just see God in the corner there. And first of all, do all people who believe in God do that? No, of course not. Just like most atheists don't engage in that kind of behavior either. I'm not saying that. It's just that the use of the God has become just such a virtue signal. Like, yes, I am a good person. I believe in God. But it's not really a barometer of whether someone is a good person or not, whether somebody is somebody you would want to be around or have your family around. It's not a good barometer. We should judge people based on their own conduct and actions. But unfortunately, we assume that if somebody is a Kool-Aid drinker, if they also believe in God, that therefore they must be a trustworthy, a good person. They must have, good moral standings, good family values. But that's just not the case. And I find it's funny that religious people will say that they're under attack. The war on Christmas, religion under attack. When, this girl posted like 2 videos and she's got way more subscribers than we have gotten. We've been streaming for about a year and a half. We've done over 200 videos. God knows how many hours. God knows. And she, with these couple videos, has blown us away by far. And you do you. That's her. Not jealous. Hey, if people want to subscribe to you, they subscribe to you. But it just says something about this idea that theists are under attack, that you can't share your beliefs without being ridiculed, or that you're going to become some sort of pariah because you subscribe to a religion, when it's actually the opposite. It tends to be that if you subscribe to a religion and you're vocal about that your fellow Kool-Aid drinkers really seem to want to latch on to you and promote you. And we've seen people run run-of-the-mill atheist channels, 1,400, 1,500, 1,900 subscribers, and then all of a sudden they convert to a religion and their channel quadruples overnight, and they're kind of a sensation on the theist side. It is what it is. You can always question people's motives, but is this person sincere in her conversion, or is this contrived? I'll let you be the judge of that. I'll let you guys be the judge of that. And we'll see what everybody else thinks. But I will withhold my comment on that till the end.
Thank you so very much, James. And all right, and Gizmo, that's right, our producer. And I'm just gonna bring up we have
Cassidy,
2 comments.
Cassidy Kellagher.
Well,
Hello, Cassidy.
I'll say that the reason this came up in my feed, and so I think she is going viral right now, and so the algorithm is really sending it out to
Promoting Cassidy.
Promoting, and so I just thought this was interesting because, just the longer. I'm trying to think of the nice way to say this. The longer the video goes on, the more that it seems like she's full of shit. Now, listen, Cassidy,
that's my take
you
on
may
it.
be a very nice, or you're probably a sweet lady. You probably are, terrific, and I don't want to it's not about personal insults, but I just really do want everyone to take a look at this story and see if it's resonating with Christians. I want to know why, because it seems like
does it pass the smell test? The smell test.
It passes the smell test in the same way that I think that fortune cookies are divine inspiration, and even less so, because that has some vaguity. This just goes off the walls. I swear. And I don't want to do. I normally talk about spoilers, but I wanted to share something from. That's right. Well,
it could be.
That's right. Everything. It's a similar type of thing. He fits one of these in just a different direction. In that these are one of those stories where it's like, I guess you're gonna credit God, but why?
Maybe John's in the passenger seat.
If it was good enough for Constantine the First, who are you to question deathbed conversions? # nothing to lose. That's true. That's very true. In fact, we are sending love out there because we are about to head into the opposition viewpoint, or rather today's topic. Jesus saves
totally legitimate conversion
on deathbed. Totally
legitimate.
Legitimate. If you had to tell the story to a judge, we are watching a video from the channel Cassidy Kellagher. There she is, ladies and gentlemen, called "How Jesus Saved an Atheist on Her Deathbed." Though during the show, feel free to tag James W. or myself in chat at Amy Newman with your thoughts, comments, and one-liners, because it helps us see them on screen. And when we are done, we'll be opening it up to the open mic so that everybody can tell us about all of the wisdom that we just experienced. But with that, is your body ready, James?
I'm ready. Gizmo's ready too.
Gizmo's ready. We're ready. We're jumping in to learn how Jesus saved an atheist on her deathbed.
Hey guys, my name's Cassidy, and
hi Cassidy.
A testimony. So just
testimony. Has she been sworn in?
I was before.
I know. Exactly.
I don't think she wants to swear her. I don't think she wants to be sworn in.
All right. Here we go. Put your hand on the book. All right. There we go. All right. She's good. She's sworn in. Thank you, Jesus, for I will definitely not lie. And for some reason, putting my hand on this book makes it less probable.
# lying for Jesus.
I was a believer. I was an extreme atheist.
Extreme atheist.
Oh my God!
Not like an inner circle atheist.
I know, James.
Yeah, do it. Get it.
Must have been an inner circle atheist. I had no idea. It's always nice to know someone was in the club. You have to throw a yearly baby in the volcano just to keep your membership.
Pansexual.
I love that. I love that she just brings up. She's like pansexual.
All the memes.
But so does that mean you are no longer pansexual? That's would be my thing. And look, girl, you can be any sexuality you want, but if you convert to another religion and it changes your sexuality, not culty at all.
You think that's a little bit
Just an
suspect?
egotistic,
Little sus.
terrible person. I was me.
So
I mean,
she's
look.
like the worst caricature of an atheist. Like,
And I'm
Like your
only
textbook.
pansexual. I'm only pansexual, by the way, because non-stick has the best sex. But yes, she is basically going all in on like the stereotype of I was just every extreme. But she's not done.
I mean,
wasn't a vegan too, was
shame
she?
Christians. I wouldn't even say bless you when someone sneezed. I wouldn't eat with anyone who ate.
By the way,
She's
I
really edgy.
say Gesundheit, which is German for good health. However, I feel like I have to do a PSA for this. If someone says God bless you, the only proper response is thank you.
Thank you.
Just like if someone says Merry Christmas, the only proper response is thank you. Merry Christmas or whatever. Just like if someone says Happy Holidays and you get triggered, the only proper response to Happy Holidays is thank you. I don't know why I have to do this PSA, but apparently you can't even have Christmas cups anymore. It's terrible, James. Terrible.
Totally terrible.
Oh, this is very good. Pat wants to be, I want to be an extreme atheist membership. It's only $25. Yes. Oh, thank you, non-God. It's always great when we can just have a easy payment system for being an atheist, an extreme atheist, not just a regular kind.
Does that include the charge for the sodomy, or is that additional?
Oh my, no, that's additional, especially if you want 12 feet of, and we're moving back in.
Neat. I just went out of my way to shame anyone who didn't believe in what I believed in. And
also, I love this. It's always like she has to tie I was an asshole to being an atheist. Like, I don't know if the Christians know this, but we're not going to churches and being like, hey, your religion sucks.
You guys are idiots.
You guys are idiots. We're not actually going door to door doing that. We're just two schmucks on the interwebs trying to point out that a lot of this religious stuff, as James said, it's a little sus.
Are we threatening to kill people and then do mean things to them after they're dead if they don't believe what we believe? No. I'm surprised she didn't say, that she was trans too. She was like transitioning into being a man. I'm surprised she did.
As in, they go full on.
I was taking testosterone.
Well, pansexual. That's. But the fact that she, like, I really do want to know if she changed her sex. You can't change your sexuality. Like, that's not a thing. Like, good luck with that, though.
I basically
Keep trying.
atheism my God. I went to.
I made atheism my God. Once again, just how many straw mans can?
I don't know any atheist who would say that.
Yeah, I don't know any atheists who would say that.
School for Animal Rights. I did.
Okay.
I worked for PETA.
Here we go. See, I will say she does check off a lot of what they think atheists are, and so
Did she also worked for the Soros Foundation.
She did. Well, that triggers the nationalist because that triggers. We are working for global homo, which yes, we are.
I was really into it. I did.
So into it.
Like.
She was really into it.
I did Pride Parade. I was in a lettuce bikini on Capitol Hill handing out veggie dogs to send.
Also, I just want you to know that what this ends up sounding like is I was really, really politically active and had these really, views here. And now I'm just trading them for, well, I guess we won't spoil, but it might rhyme with Jesus.
Senators. I was in it.
In it to win it.
And then my life flipped.
You
So
did?
June 2019,
Mhm.
I had a really bad stomach ache, and that lasted for about a week. And I finally went to the
Too
ER
many veggie
and did a
dogs.
CAT scan, and they said it's Crohn's disease.
And so I looked up Crohn's disease before this. I was interested in it.
You wouldn't diagnose that with a CAT scan. They would need to do a colonoscopy probably and biopsy to diagnose that. But anyway,
But it's not a fun. Look, my heart does
my
go
son's
out
mother
for
has it.
her and everyone. There you go. That has and is suffering from Crohn's disease.
My sister has ulcerative colitis, which is very similar to it. You see,
It seems with this dealing with the stomach and giving lots of problems with the digestional tract and stuff.
yeah, yeah.
And so doesn't sound like a fun time. That's what we could do the short version of that, and hopefully scientists. Well, I know after learning a little bit, are looking into how to manage it better and get over. It might not be curable, and yet there is only one place people suffering from Crohn's disease are going to find a little bit of
relief.
Relief from, and that
it's
is from
goddamn
science.
big pharma. It's big pharma.
Well,
They want
exactly. And listen, you could say, and yeah, I know, and there are tons of things wrong with our pharmacy system. There are tons of things wrong with our healthcare system and all this other shit. Nonetheless, you're only gonna find relief from the people in lab coats, not the people with crosses around their neck. Or if they do have a lab coat and a cross, they're going to be tucking that cross under because they don't want it to get singed from actually doing the science around them. They got to do shit.
So that's where my battle really began.
Which, once again, I hate to bring this up because it's definitely, I saw this from another comedian. I completely forget which comedian brought it up. So just a general copyright to whoever they are. But like, people never convert under like these general I was just having such a happy life and I needed God. It is always something. I was having a great time. And then I needed something to be saved from. You needed this horrible, horrible thing. And yet, I mean, once again, it almost brings up the possibility. If she never had it, she would have never needed a God. She would have still been handing out veggie dogs. And like, great way of communicating, God.
Still having sex with other women, enjoying it.
Having a great time.
Yep.
But no, she's gotta find Jesus.
So after that, my health really began to decline. Doctors were prescribing me medication, pain medicine, anything.
Go figure.
Help,
doctors prescribing medication. Go figure.
And it sucks. Once again, we're not making fun of her pain. That we're trying. Once again, you got to be like
if it's legit
surgeon ourselves. Yeah. Well, what do you say? I mean, I believe. I feel we have to at least take her at her word.
Give them the benefit of the doubt.
Give the benefit of the doubt. It's not a supernatural claim, except for what is coming up. Well, that's what we really.
In 3 months, I had excruciating pain every second of every day, to the point I couldn't get out of bed. I couldn't lift my legs. My mom had to help me to the bathroom sometimes. I mean, the worst pain. And it kind of
I had something like that when I was Atheist.
Imagine like
spinal surgery.
10 of the worst Charlie horses just stuck in your stomach at all times. I mean, every bite of food just hurt me. Even water hurt me sometimes. I mean, it was painful. Every bite I just had anxiety about. And every day I didn't know what day would be my last day. Every day I woke up and I hated being here. I just hated every second of it.
Once again, it sounds like people with cancer. It sounds like people who have to go through horrible systems to actually get through to find any type of relief. I had to go through a lot of hoops to figure out that I had epilepsy. I had to, they had to. At one point, we were trying to figure out what it was, and we were leaning in that direction. And they basically had to take the medication that I was on and take me off because they had to just sit me there and wait for me to have a seizure. So it was like the weirdest feeling ever. I'm sitting here going, "Come on, seizure! Come on, seizure!" And so there are some weird moments in biological life. And yet,
part of being a biological organism.
But I'm glad I did it. I'm glad I had the technology and the scientists working around the clock to help me, and I'm glad they're still there to help you. Sinister says chronic pain sucks and Crohn's as digestive symptoms. I'm trying to remember. I see a comment that this I'm trying to see what this pertains to, but the Sinister Porpoise is tagging Beamsy. Oh, you know what? Hold on. I get it now. Yeah, or at least I'm seeing something before. Is it true that Jesus saves, but a programmer backs up? Maybe I should ask the Sinister Porpoise. Yes, you should. And that's sending love. Okay, now I understand why she's sending love out there. That's right. So is Mark Reid. The Sinister Porpoise is a fantastic. She's I think she's almost ready to graduate. I think she's going through the last of her classes, I think. I'm sending love out
Very
there.
sinister classes.
Very. When you think of a Sinister Porpoise, you should think of the Sinister Porpoise. But sending love to Beamsy, who is a fantastic geologist, once again doing the thing that creationists are a little allergic to. Not highly allergic, but it makes them break out in a rash, James, whenever a creationist tries to do research.
Yeah.
Definitely. There. Reminds me of, oh man, I hate to say it because it's basically a Cosby joke and I think someone stole it. But I mean, whatever, a joke's a joke. That was like, a boy spends his whole life and his father, teaches him how to tie a shoe and teaches him how to put on his first boots and teaches him how, and sits there doing his math day in and day out and helping him with the football, telling him how to run passes, and he goes up there and he gets the college degree after getting the scholarship, and his dad is wearing the t-shirt from the local team, and he goes up there and he says, and after being the MVP and taking it home for the team, and he goes, all I want to do is thank my mom. And so yes, just sending love out there. It's the same thing. They do the same thing, but with science and religion, because they go through all this stuff, and God, basically they should be thanking once again the EMTs, the nurses,
doctors,
the
and nurses, yeah.
But Jesus juice,
like
James.
John Maddox.
No, seriously, I haven't heard him say that story. Someone told me that wasn't actually his story, but I have to also take his word that was, because for a while that was his shtick, that he got thrown from the car or he had some sort of accident, got saved literally by the EMTs, and then woke up and said, "Thank you, Jesus," and has been an apologist fighting a genetics creationist talking points ever since. Sending love to John. I'm glad he's okay. Once again, I'm glad the seatbelt saved his life. Seatbelt saved my life. I'm very happy for signing. Praise seatbelts. Hallelujah.
I just was wanting to die. I wanted to kill myself. I was either going to die from this disease or killing myself, either one.
Once again, horrible mindset, darkest hour of our metaphorical souls, because we don't believe in souls. But so
we can all
sympathetic, relatable.
We've all been in rough patches before.
but we're no need to go into anywhere supernatural, right?
And I was fine with it. I mean, I had nothing to live for. I had no hope. So this was about like 6 months of this intense pain. And I lost, a lot in my personal life. It's a hard thing to go through. So,
understandable.
Christmas Eve 2019 comes around, and I was doing really bad. And I knew it was Christmas Eve, but I was like, Mom, like, we gotta go. I'm doing really bad. I don't think I'm gonna make it. So I'm in the ER, and they're just pumping me with pain meds and
there you go,
steroids, anything to help, but it wasn't helping. And I was there for.
So I mean, Jane, in that case, if the seatbelt is the thing that saved his life, we share that respect. It's why, I guess we have different approaches. So what ended up happening is he started preaching Jesus, and I, like a mother, yell at everyone who doesn't wear a seatbelt in a car now. So, I guess we just have different approaches how we deal with that.
And I felt it, that this was going to be my last night on earth. Like, this was it.
Dun. Hence the title. Yeah.
I was excited. I was like, no more pain, no more tears, nothing. I was like, yeah, let's do it. I don't want to be here anymore. I don't have any hope. I have no reason to live. I had nothing.
And let me tell you, this is almost a case that many, I think, skeptics, non-believers, people who are open to biology or understand suffering, advocate for a humane way of, I shouldn't use a euphemism. I can't let Carlin get. I can hear Carlin get to me, of people who want to kill themselves if they are in great pain. I can't do a euphemism. Yeah. Euthanasia, like James was saying, because it's not like we're excited. People want to check out. I love life. I think it's pretty good. I would re-up every year if I had the choice. Nonetheless, if you're in extreme pain, and this is why I think consciousness is so attached to biology and consciousness. I can't think of a greater example. If you are a biological conscious agent and you're doing nothing but suffering day in and day out, and there's nothing we can do, all we can do is just look at you suffering.
And keep you alive, but that's all we can do.
I know. Well, how much? If you want to live, I think we should actually fight for that. We should push you off the stairs because you're in so much pain, and yet, it's what people want. That's really at the end of the day. I don't think we should be doing that to people that just have, a little bit of pain or going through rough patches. That, this has to be a heavily vetted. And she has, as far as we can tell, I want to tell you, she has a biological, physiological disease, a problem that causes mental and physical anguish. What are we supposed to do? We can't be anything but sympathetic. But once again, we're not going to also start selling the invisible product for it. So we're moving forward.
And then I had the same dietitian every single morning come in, and then there was that one night that I thought it was gonna be my last, and this woman comes in, and she's this beautiful Jamaican woman, and I've never seen her before, and I've been in and out of the hospital.
People who make our shoes.
I know these people really well. No. I've never seen her before. So she comes in, and she's staying there, and she's asking what I can eat, and I'm like,
secular pagan.
And then all of a sudden, these tears just coming down my face. And I didn't really have any emotions at that time. I really couldn't read. I couldn't function. I was very much a vegetable. I was only 80 pounds, just sitting there, just waiting to die.
Okay, first of all, that I do find. If she is 80 pounds, that is holy shit. You are about to die. But I guess depending on your height, but
And she comes in and she sees me crying, and she's like, we need to pray. I'm going to pray with you. And I used every ounce of my energy left to tell her, no, we are not praying. I am an extreme atheist. You will not, no.
An extreme
no.
atheist.
Now,
and she's like, no, we are.
I'm an atheist, but if somebody wants to pray with me, I mean, that doesn't offend me. I've prayed with people. I've had people pray with me. If it doesn't offend me, if
I have a going, like, if we're at a place and they're like, it's now time to do a prayer, I just sit there quietly, nicely.
Right.
I'm not going to disturb it and shout, you shouldn't pray. I mean,
not in my presence, it offends me. No.
I mean, because in my opinion, prayer is talking to yourself. And so if I start getting angry at people talking to themselves, it's like, you need it more than I do. What can I tell you?
But I mean, we would at least recognize it's not going to hurt anything. So if somebody has faith and they want to pray for you and they think it's going to do something,
There's only one time.
It's not going to hurt anything. So, hey,
There's
I mean,
only
if you
one
think it's going to help, try it.
That it is bad. And there is, in my experience, a passive-aggressive prayer. Someone that's basically holding their hand and being like, Jesus, please take this gay away. It's making them such a horrible person.
Right. I guess
or insert whatever.
Counts.
So, yes. But, I mean, if someone it's just my rule of thumb with the Merry Christmas and the bless you. Like, if someone says bless you and they mean it in like I'm trying to be nice, I just said it because it's my muscle memory, and you get mad at them, you're the asshole. If you say Gesundheit and they say, excuse me, we say bless you, then you're the asshole. I mean, it all just depends on the context.
Right.
At this point,
what's up, Maria? Real Pumpkin J, Ernest?
Out there on the Twitch sphere,
I know.
Hey,
Repent. I just like being kink shamed, so we're into it.
I'm like, you know what? Talk your nonsense. Whatever. I don't even care. If you want to try, go ahead. So she grabs my hands and she begins to pray, and I've never heard
means good
she
health.
has so much passion for me, but I don't know her. I mean, she doesn't know me at all. She doesn't know what I.
Can we just take a second? Because once again, I just want to put there's often pins that I just want to put, but just feel this conversation that she's having with this person. This is going to be very important.
Sound like a real conversation? Or
well, you see, you're there. I just want to put a pin in here that she is telling me that this is she's having a really back one and forth. This person is very passionate. There was even a point where she was like, she's having this internal dialogue and she's arguing, and then she eventually gives in and she's like, you know what? Just let this person pray for me. It's good. Give it up. I'm already in so much pain. I mean, it's this or watching The Price is Right. So but yeah, we're jumping back in. How Jesus saved an atheist on her deathbed.
I've been through nothing, and she had so much passion in that prayer, and I don't remember a lot of it, but I do remember her saying, you will heal and you will be a healer.
You will heal.
So after she left, I didn't expect anything.
I assume this means she's going to become a nurse or a doctor or someone who does actual good. I assume. I think that's what she's saying. Because if she's about to go buy a crystal, I'm not sure how much good she's about.
And it also plays into this, like what she said before, like, oh, this person didn't know me. And that's that general idea that, oh, theists care about everybody. Because they have God, they think that we are made in God's image. So theists just have this inherent love and compassion for everybody that they think atheists don't, because we lack that. So they think that we look at everything as cold biology without any feeling or compassion or love. because we don't tie it to the supernatural.
Exactly. And we're basically just extreme assholes. You know, she's out there trying to push her beliefs onto other people. She was all this. And, you know, how dare these people be religious? She's an extreme atheist, but
how dare you pray in my presence?
How dare you? But you know what, person?
Eat a veggie dog.
That we are definitely talking to. We'll let them pray.
I really didn't. So I go to sleep hoping I'm gonna die tonight. Like I was hyped.
I'm sure she was.
And
well, I mean, look, if you're in that much pain, I get it. Nonetheless, it does.
I still can't imagine being like, I'm gonna die and doing a little dance there, like in your room. I just.
Well, and once again, it's playing up the worse you are before coming to Jesus. That's what he or she said.
You have to be at rock bottom. Being at rock bottom.
So you have to get all the way down, James. You can't. It's like what's that show? Touched by an Angel. Oh, that's a different show. It's apparently a reality television show.
Go figure.
This sinister porpoise. I have a purple amethyst crystal. Oh, girl, that's gonna heal everyone. It does everything I bought it for. Hangs at the end of a necklace as a purple, pretty rock. The actual good use for having a crystal. The fact that they are actually pretty fucking cool. The crystals are cool. The fact that they share similarities with, and I have big asterisk with proto-life.
Don't do it.
Because there are only certain forms of crystals, but that just spread out there and self-replicate and stuff. But they have almost no other features. But they're just cool. They look cool. But they have no supernatural, paranormal qualities out there. They cannot heal you. Once again, your doctor can, though. Yeah. I really want to see a copy of her medical records. I want an approved document. She has, in fact, her peripheral deathbed. Well, and once again, can I just tell you? I mean, let me tell you, Pat. I mean, you're going to be possibly vindicated.
It seems extreme for a case of Crohn's disease. I mean, that's normally not a fatal. Maybe she had the extreme version of it, but
the longer we go into this, the more it becomes. Well,
I wake up the next day.
I wake up and I'm like, shit.
No pain. I can walk again. I just something.
So what it sounds like she's explaining, ladies and gentlemen, is she woke up and she no longer has Crohn's disease. Do you see how happy that flip is? That's what you think she'd be explaining to you, right? That's what it sounds like. She's been cured. Yep. Oh my Jesus. Literally.
Sparked in me. I don't know what it was. And my mom was like, what's going on? The doctors were like, no, this is what happened? And I just kept saying, I don't know. I just have this light within me. I have a light within me.
Kinky.
And I was like, I can leave the hospital. I'm fine. And they're like, no. So they made me stay another day, which was
there you go. Literally. No more Crohn's disease. She's going home. Exactly.
It's fine. But so I left and I still didn't believe at this point. I was just kind of like, ooh, I'm healthy. I can wild out now. So I did. I started to party more. I was drinking, smoking, having sex, doing anything I could to kind of fill a void.
Fill that God-sized hole in her heart.
I just have to say, what void? Because, the void of being healthy? What was the void?
You're trying to say, I was out having fun. I was living a normal life, doing what I wanted to do. Yeah, without God. Go figure.
How dare she?
Well, it turns back to this idea
that's
we
where
get
I left that.
From theism, that anything you enjoy is bad. And that's because, your every waking moment of your thoughts should be about God. So if there's anything you like to do that's taking your mind off God, and that's bad. Because you should really be praising God, not reading your favorite book, playing a game. I mean, all that should be trivial to being on your knees praising God, right?
James, if we're not praising God, if we're not trying to give to his glory, what's life even for?
I mean, because that's the meaning of life. The purpose of life is to praise God on earth and die and go to heaven and praise him forever.
I was talking to different girls at that time, and one was a Buddhist, so I have like all these Buddhist tattoos, and I was going in kind of that route. Like, I was like, oh, like enlightenment, Buddhist, yoga, all that. Yeah.
I also like how she just tucks like the Enlightenment off, like it's this, like she went to the mall. Like, yeah, I like went to Enlightenment. It was okay. They had samples, but yeah.
Yeah.
And then COVID hit, so I kind of isolated and was really thinking about it more. And I was like, oh, like maybe God is Mother Earth and it's nature and that's God. And
I also like how you can see the transition into Lulu. Like it goes from extreme atheist to Gaia.
Maybe Mother Earth is God.
And
Have
once
another
again,
veggie dog.
Sending love to all of our pagan brothers and sisters out there that actually are into science and know that this lady is just, she's setting up and t-balling for more shit. But
teabagging?
Yes, exactly.
I was kind of rolling with that for a little bit.
And
then I woke up one day and I just had on my mind her hands, that woman's hands on me.
That woman's hands. Remember that pin, that conversation with that woman. Her hands.
Was this
right on her.
A sexual thing? The woman's hands on her? Is that?
Oh my!
And I just thought about it more. And I'm like, she could have lost her job for praying for me.
I mean, can you imagine that? This lady who has to feed, I imagine her kids, is helping pay the bills with her husband. Just really put it all on the line so she could be better.
I don't know why she would have lost her job. I mean, because she consented to the prayer, she said, okay, I could get it if you force someone against their will, maybe that would be a problem. But if they say, do you mind if I pray with you? Why would you, no one should be fired for that.
This is the exact same thing we get when they're like, you can't pray in school. Well, actually, you can pray in school. Almost at any time. If you're going, you could. They want you generally, I assume, schools to pray on like lunch or recess or your free time or something. But if you have a crisis moment and you need to step away and pray, the schools aren't going to do anything. What they can't do is have a teacher lead prayer and seem to endorse a specific type of religion. That they can't do. And this lady, I don't think, I don't think they were going to come for it any time.
Lost everything. I could have sued her. I could have destroyed her.
You could not.
You hear that, ladies and gentlemen? I just want to keep on putting more pins because she's just laying her own story. You hear this? She could have sued this woman. This woman wouldn't have been able. What if her grandson was trying to get through college? There goes that college trust fund, all because of Cassidy. Cassidy could have sued her.
Still continued to do it. She came at a time that wasn't normal. A woman I've never seen before.
A woman she has never seen before.
All right,
most honest thing she said.
Let's dive into this. Let's find some truth. So
yes, let's dive into this.
Go online. I'm looking all over the hospital's directory, trying to find this woman.
Thank you so very much, Maria. That's right. You can become an affiliate out here on the Twitchosphere. We have the emotes, badges, and all sorts of stuff. And I really should get Flair. You can actually get Flair on Twitch, all sorts of stuff. So sending all the love. Mm-hmm.
And I can't find her. I mean, no, like she just didn't exist. And I knew in my heart, even before searching, I knew she didn't exist.
So
Okay.
what is she saying?
So let's just take that in for a second, because we're getting through this. We're on like minute 8, and it was very subtle. The two schmucks might have been over talking it. So we really do need to highlight that she was just saying, hey, I was so thankful to this person. I needed to reach out and thank them for really going out the extra edge. And she's like, halfway through this process, I knew in my heart of hearts, they did not exist. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that is what she is saying right now. That is where we are. So think about all those pins.
But she's an extreme atheist.
She was an extreme. She doesn't sound like a skeptic. I'll tell you that much.
Instead of maybe they went to another hospital.
Exactly. Supreme Court could do that, and maybe they went to another hospital. Well, I mean, it's so funny because the moment she looked for empirical evidence, she's like, oh no, of course it's in my head. God damn it, woman. God damn it.
She's saying it's either a vision or that this person was an angel or something.
Maria, I don't want to say that you're a prophetess out there. Touched by an angel, 90s version when it was really hot.
And I had to put beside my pride.
Put it aside. I don't think pride is what you're putting aside as you tell this story. Maybe that's one of them, but I would say it's something a little bit different.
Put aside her pride.
Put aside. So
Pride Parade?
Aside. Night, Jay. It was lovely having you.
Sleep is overrated.
Exactly. But we hope that we are also sending love to all the people that were tucking into bed. Maybe some of you are eating or just going on a jog or having some fun. Sending love to everyone out there on the YouTubes and, once again, on the Twitch sphere. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. But we are how Jesus saved an atheist on her deathbed. Apparently it wasn't the nurse that was saving her, because once again, I can't help it. Like, so many things we could just throw off the board. What the is she talking about? For 8 minutes, there has been nothing.
On myself, I mean, I had to really just admit that I was wrong. And that was an angel sent from God. It had to be divine intervention. There is no...
So, if you were a betting man or woman, you can now check in your chips. If anyone was guessing angel, you can check off your creationist talking points. It's 100%.
And I have to say, so this is an extreme atheist going with no evidence, no rational reason, and just comes to this epiphany that this person just must have been an angel because she just must have been an angel. I mean, that's the line of reason here. She's an angel because she's an angel. I can't point to any good reason for that or any rational reason for coming to that conclusion. No, she's an angel because she's an angel. Well, there you go. How can we argue with that?
And once again, it went very quickly from this is a real person to they don't exist to they're an angel. Wow. It's a 3-act play right there. Fantastic.
I mean, she went from rational to woo-woo in
exactly.
very quick.
And remember, everyone, it's that radical avocado fundamentalism. It is the only way. This is the way.
Holy guacamole.
Exactly.
No physical way that I could have woken up without pain and still be alive. There's...
Really? I know what she's... Look at that amount of emphasis that she's about to say no way.
She's really showing her teeth there. She is really...
I'm doing her bad.
It's a bad...
Yeah. I mean, look at all this emphasis that she is doing.
No way.
No way.
No physical way.
None.
No.
None at all, ladies and gentlemen, that she could have gotten... she got over Crohn's disease, right, James? That's what happened?
Yeah, I think so.
Huh. I think yeah, exactly. We think so, right? That's what that was one of the marks, right? One of our pins. I guess.
Crohn's disease.
None. And I had to admit that. I had to admit that there's a God. There's someone who loves me that would.
Yeah, he can tell. Because once again, oh wait, I forgot she got over Crohn's disease, so definitely loves. Definitely loves. Okay.
Save someone like me. I mean, I
Save them.
actively shamed Christians. I actively went against his kingdom.
And that's our job. God damn it.
I mean, when she says when they say shaming Christians, do they mean pointing out the silly things that Christians believe and the silly positions they advocate for? Is that shaming them when they tell you right off the bat, or they make it plain to you what they believe? I don't think that's shame. That's just pointing out reality.
Exactly. Once again, we don't want to ad hominem people. We will get called out by other skeptics if we are like, this theist is stupid, and because they don't believe in God, they have a low IQ. We will be called out. The skeptics will be the first ones to call us out. And
But
yet,
that's not a fair characterization
to
of all
listen
theists.
to this. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, can you imagine having an 8-minute conversation and then into like, or as you're coming into minute 9, they realize the person didn't exist? Would you not walk on the other side of the subway train? And yet with religion, this is perfectly normal.
I did everything against it, but he still had hope for me. I lost all hope. I lost
All
everything.
hope.
Well, and once again, we don't want you to lose hope. We are sad that I think that you used to, do not anymore have Crohn's disease. We're sorry you went through all that pain. But I guess, we're just happy you're okay and no longer in pain.
But this is the insidious nature of this claim right here. What you have to remember is that all over the world, every city in the world, there are people with conditions much worse and much more painful than assuming, taking it at face value, taking her testimony as truth. There are still people with much more severe conditions, and many of them don't get healed. Many of them don't get intervention by God. And many of these people are devout Christians, and their family is devout Christians. They are children with cancer whose parents are devout Christians, and they are praying night and day that God would just heal their sick child who's done nothing wrong, nothing to deserve to have such a terrible disease. They're in pain. They are going through chemo, which is really sucks, especially if you're a child. Imagine being a child having to go through that. And, some of them get better, some of them don't. That's just the reality of it. And could God heal all of them? Well, sure, yeah, he could. Would it cost him anything? Would it hurt him in any way? Would it do anything to harm him? No, not at all. He could do it. He chooses not to and says, oh, well, he's got a plan, so we can't question his plan.
God's plan.
His plan is for these people to die. The ones that die, that was part of his plan. And so we're hearing from one of the lucky ones that God saved say,
well,
look how great God is.
And as James says, one of the ones, and sinister, I don't know. I don't know if we're allowed prophetesses. There's so many prophetesses on here that, that's the way she made it sound, isn't it?
She's scared, right?
Yeah.
And he still saw something in me. I don't know.
He picked her. There was a little girl in another country that had worms crawling out of their eyeballs, but she's good.
Chances are there were people in that same hospital way worse off than her that did not end up getting healed.
But I mean, he loves all of us if we just open our hearts to him. I mean,
when theists say this statement, I always just go, thank you. Because what they're really saying is, I love you all. Because they don't really know of any experience of talking to a God. There are very few. Man, there's one or two I think James and I have come across that will claim that God spoke back to them. But mostly it's just them talking to God.
You know, the example I like to give is that for God is that God has thrown us all onto Noah's Ark. We're all on the Ark. God has sailed us out to the middle of the ocean, and God throws all of us off the Ark. And then he throws out enough life preservers for maybe 10% of the people to get one, you know, and actually be saved and climb back onto the boat. And then as soon as you get back up on the boat, he comes to you and he says, I just saved your ass. You better get on your knees and thank me forever. I saved your ass. And be lucky I didn't let you drown like I let the rest of them drown. But I mean, God is the one who causes all these problems to begin with, even with his own people, Israel. He, all throughout the Torah, he is bragging about how he rescued them from Egypt. I got you out of Egypt. He can't go 5 minutes without mentioning, by the way, I got you guys out of Egypt. Never mind the fact that it was him who got them into Egypt in the first place, because it was his idea to have this whole stupid fucking famine. So he would get Joseph sold into slavery. Then I'll send a famine, but I'll give Joseph information about it so he can impress the Pharaoh and become the prime minister of Egypt. And then Jacob will move all the Jews into Egypt so that 100 years later they can all be enslaved and I can rescue them. And then they will thank me forever for it. I mean, who comes up with shit like this? This is
total sense. But sending love out there, Norfolk. Yeah, that's the danger, is that people listen to this and they go, why even trust in the science? What's the science going to do when the lady came into my room and took it away? Oh, that's right. And that lady doesn't exist.
And if Christianity were true, that would work. If it were true, you should be able to have a measurable effect that people who forego medical care but pray should get better at rates better than they would be by chance. You should be able to find something there, and that we just never see that. People who forego medical care for prayer usually end up dying at a very, very high rate. People who withhold medical care from their children and say that we don't believe in that, we're going to just pray for them. Well, if the courts don't step in and order that the child be medically treated, they usually end up dying.
Yep, because there's only one process we know that actually determines fact from fiction, and which actually makes antidotes and cures: science. Da 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 da.
What do you got to lose? You got nothing to lose.
Your sanity.
A Pascal's wager just right at the end here coming on.
Your sanity and like.
But
yeah, what do you have to lose, James?
Well, your sanity, and like I said last show, look at all the money that gets spent on religion, and yeah, they put 25% of it back into the communities, but a lot of it just goes out to building their organizations up. I mean, imagine if all that could be put to productive use, like if we put that into healthcare, or what could we do with all that money instead of blowing it on a sky daddy who evidently isn't there.
The Sinister Porpoise says, isn't Pascal's wager using Delphi instead of Visual Basic? Yes, it is.
I think we're getting a look at her O face right now, Amy. I know Amy
has seen that.
I know Amy has seen that face
Well,
before
look,
on quite a few
I
women.
only knew it when she was pansexual, so maybe she has one that's
Yeah.
different now.
That's true.
And a lot of people think, when you're saved, life's just perfect. Life's just grand. You get blessings and da-da-da. And the blessing is that we're saved, and we have eternal life.
Or that we're saved. She no longer has Crohn's disease. Once again, because I have to say, if you're this far in, if she never met someone and Jesus didn't take away the Crohn's disease, you have to ask yourself, why would this video even exist? Like, the longer you go into it, the more you ask yourself that question. That's what I feel like it's heading towards.
She's setting up right now. She's saying like, oh no, all your problems aren't solved. No, the blessing is that you're saved. So basically that's like, no, stupid. You have to wait until after you're dead. Then you get the blessing. You've got to die first. And then you'll find out how true it is. I mean, if L. Ron Hubbard could have came up with something like that, I mean, he yeah.
And BT Dubs, that's the funny thing. Wouldn't it be nice if God could cure sexual and uncurable autoimmune diseases? Wouldn't it be nice if? And that's what I assume. That's what we're listening to. Because why else would this? Once again, why would this video even exist if we're doing like the two pillars here, and that is that lady and her Crohn's disease has been cured by Jesus? I really don't know what this video even is.
I mean, you can have Crohn's disease. It can't be cured. It can go into remission where it's not causing you daily symptoms, but it will still flare up at times. It doesn't completely go away.
And once again, she didn't say it. It just it feels a little implied. I mean, she woke up the next day and she had no pain. She was able to walk, and she left the hospital that she was in. So,
with our Savior, like, that's the blessing. And after
I realized
you're dead,
it was an angel that really started my spiritual walk with the Lord. I still have health issues. I've been in the hospital for months at a time.
Wait.
Then I've
what?
Gone through the most horrendous surgeries. So much.
Wait. What? Since being saved, I've gone through horrible, terrible things.
Months and months in hospital. And
surgeries for what? I thought you were cured from Crohn's disease. What would you need surgeries for? Well, unless Jesus didn't cure your Crohn's disease.
So, and that's the thing. It seems like nothing physically changed for her, except she was having a really bad episode at the time, a flare-up of symptoms, and that went away.
It went into remission.
It went into remission. It got better for a little bit. She credited that to God, and then later on, it came back, and she had to go back to the hospital, back to the doctors, back to surgeries. But this time, something was different. She had God this time, so she had that hope, that sparkle in her eye. And I think that's like what you can take away from this, is that she had that idea that there was a God. It wasn't the fact that God did anything or had any material effect. It's just in her mind, now there's a reason to live because there's a God.
Thing. Literally the entire. We don't know. I know atheists. We tie on our fedora and we're like, these people just imagined the entire thing in her head. She just imagined the entire. I don't know what else to say. Like, the conclusion is from Mad Facts with Pat, which gonna have some awesome new content. Amy, so her God temporarily cured her disease. Yes, it seems like we had a day of remission, like a placebo.
Credited that
completely makes sense. God is a placebo. You heard it here, folks.
But I mean, it sounds like before she was just stuck in this nihilistic mindset, and then
Indeed.
God took away that nihilism, and that is what completely changed her outlook on life. But it's not God took it away. It's the concept of God, the concept of something bigger than us, or something bigger than us, outside of us, that loves us and cares about us and wants to save us from things that it itself is threatening us with. Yeah.
Yeah. Once again, at this point, and we're gonna finish the movie, and then we're gonna move
we're
into
plowing
like an
through.
hour of open mic, but like, or as much as especially if we have opposition.
We'll see
whichever.
how it goes. Yeah.
But I mean, we're this far in, and I just don't know what the hell we are talking about here. Her two pillars have just been, in my opinion, not crashed by us. I feel like she says these things out loud, and I'm like, what the hell are you talking about?
Much
Oh,
pain.
I wouldn't be surprised, Brian Stevens.
Like, I have a permanent IV to my heart. I have an alostomy bag, but it's saving my life.
Yes, the science, the scientists saving her life, not Jesus, not the lady who, by definition, you admitted didn't exist.
Not real.
Not real.
So, I've been through these trials and these struggles, but I can tell you,
has a 3-act structure,
might,
I think.
Tell us.
That it is so much better with the Lord by your side.
Why?
I mean,
like, literally, I really don't understand. What happened is Jesus let you get out of the hospital temporarily, a single day. Fantastic. You know what's going to help you in the long term? Science. Once again, we're not shitting on her pain. First of all, this is her explaining Jesus. I wish this was how excited she was explaining about the research that is being undertaken for Crohn's disease.
Yeah. The doctors who did those surgeries that made her life more livable.
Exactly.
I mean, I was a sinner. I mean, I'm still a sinner, and he still loves me just the way I am.
Because I believe it. Because I believe it, therefore he does.
Yeah, but book said a thing, James. But we accept her. And you don't need to be, like, whether you are or not pansexual, whether you are or not a vegan, whether you are or are not a extreme atheist. We just want you to be happy, healthy, and sane. Sane, rational, appealing to evidence.
Like you say, if she was pansexual, then it is almost sure that she still is attracted to other women. She still has desires for that, but she's just denying it or repressing it. And it seems like you can only do that for a certain amount of time before it just eats at you inside. And,
And once again, it breaks my heart. We are trying to tease the fact that this lady is spewing bullshit, not that she has Crohn's disease. And yes, definitely with fairies. Yes. Specifically with Peter Pan.
Yeah, quit lying about it. No pork.
I didn't deserve.
And whether she's lying, we can't know her intent, whether she's lying or she's wrong, but she is one of those two things.
Yeah.
I didn't deserve his love. I mean, I deserve hell. I really did.
The Stockholm Syndrome, Stetson.
And, I really just am so grateful.
She deserves hell, but for what? For what?
Even with my struggles.
For being pansexual, for handing out veggie dogs, for
handing out veggie dogs.
For questioning religion. I mean, she didn't say, nothing she said sounded evil.
Sounded like she was any 18 to 25-year-old.
Right. That young adult, edgy.
You're saying she's trying to tell you she was in college.
Yeah.
I mean, I get it, but you could still be a vegan without throwing veggie dogs at people in plant-shaped panties. I feel like there's got to be a middle ground.
A lettuce bikini? Was that
A lettuce
a
bikini handing
lettuce
out
bikini?
veggie dogs. Well, and like I said, I think we sound like PETA when we're trying to remind people that animals should not be treated like shit. But it's only because these Christians, I don't care that we eat animals. It's that there are a lot of people who think that we have a license to be shitty to them because God gave us dominion over them. Like they were created with the intent purpose of us eating them. And that is just stupid.
That's silly.
Yeah, no other, whether you're a carnivore, an omnivore, herbivore, that's stupid.
Lettuce bikini, but that's not ranch dressing on it. That's something else.
That is
the influence that my struggles have on people. Even my mom, she wasn't a believer either, and then she saw what God has done for me. And
but what has God
what
done
exactly
for you?
did he do
I
for
am
you?
struggling at the end of this movie to find anything, but stuff happened in your mind and you became a Christian.
The only thing to change really is her mindset. Like, whereas before she's like, "Oh, I'm in pain. This sucks. I don't really want to live anymore." And did the Crohn's go away? No. The pain? No. The surgeries?
Nothing.
No. The hospital?
Literally
No. None of that
nothing
went
changed.
away. It's just has the strength to plow through it and keep living, which is a good thing. But there's no reason to think that's real. That sounds to me like pure placebo effect.
Pure placebo. Yes, just like Pat was saying.
You know, she had to put away her ego and be like, you know what? I was wrong. He is real.
He cured your what?
Even through these hospital times and these deep, deep struggles, I still see his hand through the whole time.
Yeah, he's the one making you go through this in your worldview. He's the one giving you Crohn's disease.
He could take it away. He could take it away, not for a day or for a week, but forever.
Ever. Poof.
Yeah. Not, oh, God made me feel better for a day or two, and then I feel like shit again. I have to go back to the hospital. No. God could do it forever. Oh, he'll do that. He'll do that after I'm dead. I don't need him to heal me now.
And from her point, it's God's giving the disease. Science is trying to take it away, right? Like we're almost now working away. We're working against God's natural plan.
All thanks and all glory to God.
All glory to
God. God creates the disease, and then he also gives the doctors talent and helps them kind of treat people.
Exactly.
So,
well, once we start bringing that up, they make reach
God
arounds,
is playing both sides of it. You know, he's like the puppeteer. He's got. Yeah.
I mean, from nurses praying, from.
No, that's what we learned. It wasn't a nurse that was praying. Like, that is the theme here. There was no nurse.
Being able to talk about God to people who don't believe. And he's now...
Like, the angel did not have a bachelor's degree. Like, I'm struggling here.
Filled that void, that veganism... my pansexualism, my atheist, anything that I wanted to.
The voids of vegan pansexual atheism.
I mean, and the thing is that those are just aspects of who you are. Like those are, everybody. Well, everybody has a sexuality, even if it's asexuality, where you have very little or no sexual desire. You have asexuality. Everybody has a list of foods that they eat. You eat plants and meat. You eat meat. Well, very few people eat meat exclusively, but you know what I mean. Some people don't eat any meat. Some people don't only eat plant matter. Everybody's got one of those. So, and like I always say about Amy is, like, I consider Amy first and foremost a counter apologist. She just happens to be transgender. That's part of who she is, but she's not a transsexual or transgender counter apologist. She's a counter apologist who is transgender.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Well, the irony is that most of these people that complain about identity politics can only think in labels. Like it's just boxes. You gotta be black, white, this, that. And I don't mean in like a true dichotomy sense. I just mean in like a tribalistic sense.
And Pat raises a good point. Yeah, right. And yeah, in the Old Testament, the New Testament, there are people healed, and it is a complete healing, complete and permanent remission. These are people going from blind to being able to see. These are people going from dead to living, not temporary remission or a momentary. You get better for a little bit. It's like those the faith healers, like the scams, like Peter Popoff used to do, where he would have people he would have older elderly people with arthritis get up there with their walker, and he would pray over them and say, God's gonna burn out that arthritis and you're gonna be fine. And then he would take them by the hand and just walk around the stage with them, like show what God did for you.
And the one important aspect, maybe you did say this, but he would take people who have trouble walking and he would put them in wheelchairs. Not that they couldn't walk, but that they have a little bit of trouble walking. And then he would do the parlor trick that James was just saying.
Or people that use walkers who could walk but had difficulty, and then he would kind of dance them around but he would do that for like 5 to 10 seconds, and then he would immediately take them back to their walker. It's not like they didn't need it anymore or they were completely cured. It's that they were able to walk around for a few seconds, which is quite understandable when you understand like what these religious ceremonies do and like the chemical effects it has on the brain with the endorphins and oxytocin and all these chemical reactions going on when you are in this type of environment. Probably does give you that feeling that your pain is better for a few minutes at least, but it's not permanent. It's not going to last, and your condition is most certainly not going to be permanently
cured. A lot of
cured.
times when you are just injured or you're in a situation that is
you get that
driving a fight and flight response anyway, you often don't feel the pain. It's not until you come down, you're in a safe place, the endorphins and adrenalines has drained that you actually feel everything.
Like people who have been able to run with broken legs and they're able to do it, and then when they stop running, they realize, ow, it hurts. I can't.
Not a miracle. Not a miracle. No. Biology. But yeah, sending so much love to Pat.
Because if you're running from that tiger, the pain of your leg is not really that much of a concern until you get the fuck away from the tiger. Then you can nurse your leg and
it almost like it all catches up. You come down and then boom, it hits you in the face, metaphorically speaking. But
thank you, Pat.
Thank you, Pat. And we are going to roll to the end. So if you really do want your comment talked about or shown up on screen, just tag James W. or myself at Amy Newman. Either one, we'll show it, or we're going through.
To attach myself to, he's filled that void.
Where others have talked about
love.
Amy will fill that void.
To the point where I don't need anything else. I'm so just...
And look, it is so funny. I mean, this is just the type of look you find when you find, like, you just went on your first date and you just found, like, oh my God, this.
It really worked. You first meet somebody and it's perfect. And
but this is what I mean. They really do think they have a personal relationship, which is, I just want to say, once again, one of the problems with religion.
All of his capabilities, and I really just... I pray that, this testimony will touch your heart. And
it does. right here, right. I have a heart. There we go.
I pray that you
I
can
hope
just
it
give them a
does.
chance.
Hope it does.
Just give them a chance. You know,
What do you have to
evil
lose?
world.
We do. We have given him a chance. We were both theists at one point.
Exactly.
And we still invite several times a week theists to come on and tell us why they believe, give us their reasons and evidence.
Your testimony.
We're not foreclosing. We haven't made up our minds that we're not going to at least listen or hear what the other side has to say. We will. We haven't heard anything yet to convince us, but we're still waiting.
Oh my God. Listen, once you get a personal relationship with Jesus, you never go back, okay?
That's from
we have a savior. We have a
the ultimated Christian.
Well, it just reminds me that I know for a fact, because I've seen like toys that were shaped like Jesus, and I just have to say, if you're putting yourself with Jesus, I feel like that's just more of a fetish and less of a religion. Not that we kink shame you. I mean, you do.
Do they make Jesus strap-ons?
Oh, well, I mean, if you have a toy, a strap-on, as long as it's not like a double-sided or anything, or I guess if it's too sleek, it could fall right through. But theoretically, you should be able to make it a strap-on.
Hey.
Sinning is winning, but you can't really offend a God. That's just made up.
Have someone who's by your side constantly, and I still have upcoming
by
surgery.
Your side, just like the nurse, right by your side.
I have
more surgeries coming yet still.
Whole shebang. So there's still a lot until this trial is over, but I know it's gonna be okay. And
yeah, because the doctors are going to work tirelessly to help you.
Just pray. I have a CAT scan August 10th to see my update, and then I think my surgery will.
I think they need to move that CAT scan from the colon to the head.
Hopefully to reverse my elastomy bag, but it might be permanent. But they just have to take out.
This is what did he cure? What did Jesus do for this lady? I am really, really,
he made
really
her feel
struggling.
better for at least a day. That's all we've gotten so far. At least a day.
Fantastic.
But she's not saying how long it was before the symptoms came back and it flared up again. She never said that.
So basically, God and Disneyland both have the equivalent, things going for them. Fantastic.
Very similar.
That's right. Once again, just a PSA. Anything can be a strap-on if you're brave enough.
Oh, very, very insightful there, Aaron.
A lot of my intestines. So if you could just keep me in your prayers, I just really hope it.
No, I'm not going to keep you in my prayers. I'm going to hope that the scientists continue to work hard for you.
The doctors are able to give her some relief and get her in as best possible condition as she can be in. Yeah.
And thank you for taking a time to listen to an old wrench like me.
Old wrench? Come on, you're like 25. Come on.
Okay, we'll take now she knows she's young. That's self-deprecating humor, but nonetheless, that and when she said very early on, she said a comment that was like, "You're probably," I forget what she said, but she said something that was like the only actual truthful statement you said in the whole thing, because I really don't know what the hell she's saying. There was a nurse that helped her after prayer get rid of her Crohn's disease. The only thing is that there was no nurse, and she still has Crohn's disease. In fact, she still needs to go in for surgery. So,
I mean, I've had people come up to me and because I have a lot of nerve damage from my spine and in my legs and everything, and try to pray over my they're like, "What's wrong with you?" And I tell them about it, and they're like, "Oh, would you mind if I pray for you?" Knock yourself out, man. If you want to pray, whatever, do it. and like, God, please burn out this nerve damage and heal this man. And do you feel better? I'm
I
sorry,
do.
man. I
So
feel about
good.
the same. Yeah. I mean,
Well,
I appreciate the effort, but
you're normally under pressure to say yes to people who ask you. But it's hard to be under pressure when they don't exist. That seems to be like the one criteria.
because they mean well. Their heart is in the right place. They think they're going to do something, but I mean, yeah.
And Aaron Coalson says, why was the nurse angel I know Jamaican. It's because she was typecast, but she moved the entire audience to tears, and so we kept her in. That's why, I think. Once again, it was touched by an
angel. Quota.
No, listen, you gotta have a specific type of woman that just comes into your heart. Also, that's what he or she said.
And I do just want to end it with the verse that everyone should really just first one you should read. It's the most important. But
the one about killing rape victims.
For God so loved the world that
selling your kids into slavery.
Son,
oh, that one.
Him shall not perish, but
no, the wrestler quote. There we go.
Not how to sell your kids into slavery, but
no.
God loves the world. Okay, makes sense. Thank you so much, Cassidy Kellagher.
Also, there you go, doing the cafeteria, Christian. You should come do a Bible study with us. There's some passages we would like you to explain that might not be quotable to children. But in the opposite direction, as we finish
go
this, we would like to have. That's right.
Don't bring your kids if you have any.
Once again, as long as he might not be allowed to the pizza party afterwards at Chuck E. Cheese, but he can at least get in there. But Sinister Porpoise says to anyone who is watching this, do not stop taking medications for chronic conditions. Jesus cannot cure autoimmune diseases, as we've learned from this video. I'm not really sure if there's any other message we can take away from it. Many can be managed, but they are lifelong usually.
It was this was back in the 90s, back when there was still a lot of debate about AIDS and what it was and the exact nature of it. And when they discovered the HIV virus, and they thought that was a very likely cause for this, and there was kind of backlash from it because a lot of Christians consider, no, this is just what happens to gay people because they're doing something God doesn't like. So AIDS is God's way of punishing them for being gay or whatever. Of course, then it spread out, much farther than the gay community, so it affected everybody. But it was considered as only affecting gay people. But I remember there was this activist who said AIDS is not caused HIV, or no, AIDS is not caused by HIV. And this was when the drugs, the really good retrovirals, were first starting to come out. People were living a lot longer. And she refused to take them. And not only that, especially even during her pregnancy, she refused to take them. And of course, her child was diagnosed with HIV at birth, refused treatment for the child. The child died at a few months old, and both she and her husband ended up dying a few years later, going to the grave, still saying that the retrovirals don't work because HIV does not cause AIDS. Meanwhile, there are people today who have been alive for 30 years because they've been taking the retrovirals. And that's where we have the intersection where science and medicine works. It keeps people alive, and religion doesn't. If you want to keep your religion, fine, that's good and dandy, but listen to the doctors, take your medication, and supplement that with prayer, but don't use it as a substitute. Yeah.
Shane Bilowitz says, what? No smashing watermelons with giant hammers. That's okay because we have lemons. religions. Boom. And then,
Do you have
oh my God, it is the
a
atheist.
banana?
The
Worst
atheist
nightmare?
defeater. Boom, boom, boom. And then what I shoved in my butt last night. Boom, 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 boom.
Is that a papaya?
I
A
think
mango?
so. I think a mango. Oh my.
Picture
But
of Ken Hovind?
a picture of Ken Hovind. We are landing the plane, and then we're going to open it up for the open mic, ladies and gentlemen. Tell us about everything you learned from the wisdom, right? That's what we learned, wisdom?
That's it. All you got to do is believe. This
There
world
you
makes it
go.
so,
Oh my
so
God.
hard,
Why didn't you think of that?
but it's not. It's easy. It's simple.
Easy. Turn your brain off.
And these religions, they're trying to fill that void too. If any religion that tells you to do something, no. That's what Jesus.
No.
Jesus says done. Religion says do.
No. Mm-mm.
It's
And-
done. Finished. When
And this is what Christians, they try to... So Christianity is obviously a man-made religion. It's similar. None of them are exactly the same, but it has many similar elements to other religions. But this is where they try to differentiate it. No, Christianity is radically different because Christianity is just about what Jesus did, whereas all the other religions are about works and what you can do. It's anyway.
It's bullshit.
that cross and he died to save us, he said, "It is finished."
He
Done.
sacrificed himself to himself
have
to get
to-
around rules
Did he
he
have
created.
permission? Yes, that too.
No.
Sacrifice to these gods or whatever. No, there's no more. It's done. He won. He wins.
Oh, he said
What?
so.
What does
That's
that
all I
even
got.
mean?
So thank you guys.
All right.
He won.
And there we go. He won
He said so.
somehow. I'm not
Let
sure
me ask
how.
you, how could he win? Because he never even existed. I mean, come on.
That
What
is
did-
true.
What did
It's
he?
hard.
What did he win? Jesus was evidently never even a real person.
Well, and I just don't understand. He's definitely, whether you believe he didn't exist or existed, he's definitely dead. Like DED, dead as a doornail. Like, please do not come to us with like you don't understand biology if you're going to tell us that a rabbi came back from the dead
He is
72
risen.
hours after decomposition.
He is risen.
Oh my. Well,
Well,
is it the morning? Might have to get that off. Might have to take
where's
care of that.
Ultimated Christian? He can tell us about that. That he knows why he wakes up that way. It's because God was getting a little funky, kinky while he was sleeping there. But
Oh my. But yes, with that, we just read the opposition
shit,
viewpoint of how to save, or how Jesus saved an atheist on her deathbed. And I don't think we bought it. Nonetheless, we are actually going to move into our open mic in a second.
I'd say I'd give it a 40% chance of being at least partially real. I don't know.
Well, there was definitely stuff that was made up. I mean, I like to give people the benefit of the doubt, but she said it was made up. It was a hallucination at best, because the person
Unless it
wasn't
was a
real.
physical angel coming down and dancing into the room as
Well,
a
that's
Jamaican.
why that's why I really wanted to like put that first pin into, like, she was having this passionate conversation. She was having a back and forth. She actually said, "No, I really don't want this person to pray," and then she relented, and none of that happened. That was all fictional.
Because she has to make sure she reiterates what a terrible person she is, how much she hated God, hated Christianity.
Yeah, I love it. It's never like, I was an atheist. I was such a good person. I loved everyone, and yet I just found God anyway. No. You got to tee it up. I was an inner circle atheist.
I remember hearing one time I heard somebody say he was an atheist, and what was it? I think
Night porpoise.
something happened. He went to the hospital. He thought he was dying, and he imagined he was going down to hell. And then he said, like, once he got to hell, he was like really surprised that, oh my God, you mean Christianity was true this whole time? But then God took him out of it. God rescued him and brought him back to life. So.
And once again, you know, it's hard not to. She seems nice. It's just that was a lot of bullshit. I would love to press her on what actually she gained out of this.
Yeah.
Or, well, and like you said, yes, how much is real and fictional? I don't know
There
myself.
could be. Obviously, she has some type of medical condition. She probably does have Crohn's disease. She probably does have serious flare-ups from time to time, which people with Crohn's disease can get. So that I don't
What's
know.
up, AJ?
Amy would love to press her. All right, she probably wouldn't mind that.
Yeah, listen, like
Atheist
I
Junior,
said,
what's going on?
I am pansexual myself. So is my partner, and so and we are both, let's just say, open-minded.
Well, she never said she's not pansexual. I think she implied that because she was saying that that the pansexuality wasn't filling the hole inside of her that she needed to be filled with God, but she never came out and said,
which is weird, because when you're pansexual,
pan
it's
anymore.
actually very easy to fill that hole.
Well,
anyone, just pick one.
There you go. Fill multiple holes.
Fill multiple holes.
Amy, that's what we like to call it, Amy, a hole filler.
That's right. Listen, doing the not Lord's work. And we are about to go into the open mic because we got Mark Reid back there. Atheist
That's
Junior
right, Atheist
says,
Junior.
Amy, when I said that heterosexuals are disgusting, that was obviously a joke, right? And yes, they are so easily triggered. Like, if you take any of the vitriol that they gave or give to us, and you even give them a taste, they instantly are like, "Oh,
how dare you? How could you say that?
How dare you? My word!" And they become a French gentleman from the 1800s. But we are about to. That's right. Pick a hole, any hole. We are going to move into the open mic. This was ridiculous. So James brings a lot of silly things to my doorstep every once in a while. I bring very silly things to his doorstep.
This one this was one Amy found.
And I think James and I have been on a weird few days where, like, the algorithm has just been sending us shit. It's like, whoo.
Did you see the video I sent you about apostasy? That we've got to
I did.
That one
not only that, but both of us got like Jesus UFO videos from two different people, and it's like, what is going on? But whatever.
I've had that one for a long time. I've had that one saved up. UFO Gateway to Hell.
Well, that one that I linked to, that was new. The algorithm was like, you know what? I think Amy would like it if Jesus came down and probed her. And we're about to move on to Mark Reid. And it's going to be fun. Oh, AJ, can I not only
keep doing it. Keep calling him out.
I fucking love not only your content on Ken Hovind, on Matt Powell, and because of you and others, I very specifically am going to be doing more anti-Matt Powell content because that dude is a degenerate. And he's one of the others. When I said like the 9 out of 10 dentists recommend fluoride and 9 out of 10 anti-LGBTQ people tend to really value a dick in the mouth, he's one of those guys. And so I just can't help but just like roasting all of the others out there, putting him, as James says, into the hot seat. We're getting a lot of fun out there. We are. What is up on the Twitch stream, hitting
Twitch is
up,
blowing up.
Boom, boom,
9
boom.
people on Twitch.
That's right. And sending love to everyone out there. It doesn't matter if you are on YouTube or Twitch. We got the link in stream. We're just about to go into the open mic. We got Mark, Reid, and AJ. We've been blabbing for a little while. I think it's time, James. Let's get some other faces on here.
Let's do it.
Because we are midnight ranting on Jesus saves an atheist on her deathbed, or
by doing
as
absolutely
we learned,
nothing.
Yeah, none of that.
Not
happened.
on her deathbed.
Yeah, that was the other thing. Wasn't on her deathbed. Didn't meet the nurse. Didn't get cured from the disease.
She
fantastic.
Felt like she wanted to die, but she never said she had a terminal condition that was going to kill her.
And that is the actual story, is that she felt like she was on her deathbed. And while I'm really sympathetic, I mean, that's a little...
There was no medical...
It's a little clickbaity.
There was no medical reason that she was going to die. It was that she felt like she wanted to die. Okay, I get it. You're in a lot of pain. Yeah. But anyway.
But hopefully, once again, exactly, let's get the people on. But hopefully, once again, the people, the scientists, doctors, nurses are going to work around the clock to actually do something unlike your God. But we're moving into the open mic. That's right, only on the girl deck. I think I just ran the run for the outros, but open Viking. We are open Viking.
Yes, I heard girl dick mentioned. I thought.
Oh my, and that's right. That's why we get the attention. That's right.
Yep.
But Mark, Reid, we are having fun. We apparently, somewhere in between all that, learned that Jesus may or may not save an atheist on their deathbed. I hope you're having a good night. And what were your thoughts about the video or anything we've been talking about?
I am having a lovely afternoon. I was just had to duck away and missed a bit of it. But from what I can tell, we were completely debated. It's clickbait. It's absolute clickbait.
Isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, if you're basically going, hey, my life could have spiraled out of control and I could have died. So that's not a deathbed lady. It sounds like to me, anyway, just to me, that converting to Jesus saved you, because I'm not sure it saved you from anything, but saved you from a mundane life, a perfectly ordinary life.
From nihilism.
Really? I mean, a pantheist nihilist?
The way she describes herself as very nihilistic. Like she didn't care about anything, didn't live for anything. It was
You're right.
That's just the way it sounded.
But I guess it's either route, either a nihilist or like a real, I was every stereotype I can think of in the other side. I was the pansexual vegan. I was throwing veggie burgers at people's faces, and I was an extreme atheist. You can actually catch me on Extreme Atheist now on video.
Yes, extreme atheism.
6.
Yeah, I don't think there was a deathbed involved. I don't think saving you was involved, and I don't think Jesus was involved. So, that's ridiculous.
0 for 3.
0 for 3, yeah. Did it save you? Look, it's a whole slippery slope thing, isn't it? It's like, well, if I didn't believe in anything, I would have done this, and I would have not necessarily, but hey, you know yourself best. Maybe you were saved, but I don't think it was Jesus. And I don't think, deathbed. Really? That's what we're calling a deathbed these days? Really? I feel baited. That's it. I'm done. I feel baited. Baited.
This is just like pig slop in the trough that Christians are going to just gobble this up and feel good about God and just make you feel warm and tingly all over. Like, yes, God is real. Hallelujah. Praise Jesus.
But I thought this was going to be this person or a person somewhere was actually dying and they saw the light in their last moments, which I have issues with as well, because a lot of these deathbed confessions are either sort of forced or they're preying on people in a very vulnerable position. People in palliative care are vulnerable. They can be convinced to do things they wouldn't ordinarily do because their mental state is bad.
They might be on medication. They could be physical ailments that are...
Yeah, absolutely. And that's not even getting in with the baptisms post-death that the Christians have sometimes done, which is just, reprehensible to ignore somebody who's dead's wishes and baptize them against their will, which is just disgusting, in order to further your own cause. Terrible. So this is better, I guess. This is better than preying on some poor dying person to get them to give you all their money. Great. Congratulations, I guess. Yeah, it's a low bar, but you cleared it. Congratulations.
Thanks, Mark.
Woo-hoo. Thank you so very much, Mark.
Oh,
I agree.
I have one more thing. I want to congratulate Randolph, even if he's not here. He did a modern day debate. Fantastic work. The other guy was absolutely didn't know what to say. Randolph was cool, calm, collected as usual, and just he had rational and reasonable and quite frankly aggressively Canadian things to say. And the other guy, well, I wouldn't say aggressively, but he had very extremely Canadian, well thought out, justified positions on the
maple syrup all
I'll
over
agree
everything.
with your summation, Mark, because there was a point, like I was telling James at the very end, where he was like, I don't mean to be not polite. In fact, I can't believe that I'm saying this, but you haven't said anything this entire debate. Like,
that's
you haven't
correct.
talked about this debate at all.
Yeah, and I would have to agree with Randolph. He didn't seem to know what the topic of the debate was because he didn't touch on it once. Well, I would have thought throughout that length of debate, you would accidentally touch on the topic at least once, and he managed to avoid it the entire debate.
I'll say this, and then we'll get AJ on.
Credit. Yeah, bring AJ on.
Mark, what it reminds me of is when I've seen like topics like, is the Quran scientific? And what ends up happening is they just attack science. And you're like, no, your whole job is actually to show why the Quran is scientific, not why it's either better than science.
Sucks.
Yeah, I know. That seems to be their thesis.
Yep.
But thank you so very much, Mark. Stick around for the open conversation.
Sure.
And I will say right before we get AJ, sending love to all of you new out there. We are watching a video about, or we just got done watching a video on Jesus saves an atheist on her deathbed, where it turns out that none of that happened. She just imagined the entire thing.
Not at all.
And but somehow she found Jesus for it. And so now we're about to be rolling into, or we're right in the middle of the open mic where we allow anybody from the audience to join us. I'm going to actually send the StreamYard one more time. We actually prefer, or maybe not prefer is the right word, it tickles our tummies when people who disagree with us actually join the stream. Nonetheless, we are a skeptic haven, so we tend to be filled with non-believers, atheists, agnostics, but also a lot of pagans and pantheists. And with that, we're going to hand it over and keep on going down the line. Atheist Junior, what is up? We are midnight ranting on Jesus Saves Atheist on Deathbed. Hope you're having a fantastic night. And what are your thoughts about the video or anything we've been talking about tonight?
Looks like you're in Matt Powell's house.
Never. No, I didn't get to see the video because I was working on a video for my channel that Mark was actually helping me with, because I had to read an article by Stephen C. Meyer, and it was hurting my brain to try and read it by myself. So I really needed somebody to help me with that because it was really bad. But without watching it, I can confidently say that it was all bullshit and nothing that person said was true.
Indeed. Ramen. That's okay. She didn't see any of it either, apparently.
Yeah.
Thank you
I think
so
you hit the
very
nail on the
much.
head, though. Good guess.
Yeah, keep on sticking around to the open conversation. We
Sure.
got Shane Burr. We are going down. Shane Bilowitz. What is
Hey.
up? We are midnight ranting on how Jesus
Hey, Shane.
saved an atheist on her deathbed, which once again, spoiler alert, didn't happen. Nonetheless, I hope you're having a good time. What are your thoughts about
False
the video, the
advertising.
topic, or anything we've been talking about?
Yeah, I'm having a good time. Thanks for having me on. It seems like a pretty common testimony, I guess, that you hear from a lot of different religious people, all throughout all the world, all different types of religions. You would hear this from a Muslim or a Hindu or, so
Orthodox Jew.
yeah, like I don't
Christian.
want to discredit anybody's experience because this obviously was something that they experienced, even if it was only in their mind. But there's no reason to believe that this is true. And there's no reason to believe any of the other ones are true either.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yep, that's it.
Thank you so
Thank you,
much, Shane.
Thank you.
And yeah, I mean, we're sending hearts to her. It just sounds like all the other from
Right.
every other religion. And all right, just
Same
one
shit,
more,
different God.
and then we're going to go into open conversation. But Mr. Walson, can you post a link to the video in chat? Absolutely can.
Whoa, no.
Send that if you would like it. Oh, you don't think we should?
Oh no.
No. That was the
No,
thumbnail
that
was a
was
dude
bad.
like showing his
Yeah.
dick.
Oh my god. That's so funny. TOS gods. Please forgive us. For
We're gonna
we
have to
are-
edit that out. We're gonna.
Yeah, you are definitely going to edit that
Instant
out.
demonetization.
Well, what can I say? So, sending love, Mr. Vivian.
Yeah,
We can...
change that icon.
Well, I'm
and
glad
it's
we didn't
funny
go to that
because
link.
for a second, there was like a brief second where I was like, why is everyone so freaked out that I'm going to send the link? I normally put the link in descriptions on debates and stuff.
Not that one you don't.
Sending love out there. That's why we're a late night podcast, ladies and gentlemen. Focus. Got to focus. Sending love Mubarak to freak everybody out there. We're gonna go. We got two more. We're keeping on and on, going down the list. Do. Bird Bunny, what is up?
Oh, yeah, what's up?
We are midnight ranting on Jesus saves atheist on deathbed. I hope you're having a good time. What are your thoughts about the video, the topic, or anything we've been talking about tonight?
So, I think that, I had a near-death experience myself. And I had been an atheist my entire life. And I left it with I'm sorry, dude. I just smoked PCP a little while ago, so I'm kind of like...
Oh,
That's
that's
okay.
like, you know what I mean?
Wait, I just have to interrupt you one more time. Forgive us, TOS gods, again, for we have but
Oh, sorry.
oh no. Well, I mean, we love everybody here, and this is once again we are a late night podcast. Though we are gonna ask again, or actually, I'll ask, what are your thoughts right now? Because you said that you used
that might
to
not be the best question to ask.
be an atheist. Well, I'm just interested. Are you some type of?
I'm a deist.
You're a deist. Okay.
So I simply believe, like, the presence of dark matter in the universe that's unexplained, I think that's God. I don't think God is this figure that religion portrays him to be. I think
He's dark matter.
those
20,
books are trying to
25?
explain the same thing, but I really gotta go piss. I gotta go, guys. Thanks for having me.
That's okay.
Love y'all.
Everybody, thank you
That's
so
okay.
very
Thank
much
you.
for being here. Brad in chat, that is so funny. I know. Some things escalate quickly, ladies and gentlemen. But we love everybody. We hope everyone's having a good time. You never know. And that's why we're here
Some
to
of
have
us
the
are having
variety
better
hour.
times than others.
I love this guy.
And all right, we're going to end Patrick.
That's one of the most reasonable
SC,
theories we've
have a
had on,
great
right?
time.
I'm scared.
Yeah,
Come
actually,
on.
Mark. Yes, one of the more level-headed, reasonable theists.
With that, we are going to bring in someone who actually does someone, once again, the creationists are allergic to. It's called research. And yet Pat just got back from doing a lot. So, Patrick,
Hey,
what
Pat.
is up? We
Hey,
are
thank you.
Midnight Ranting on Jesus Saves an Atheist on a Deathbed. I hope you're having a good time. What are your thoughts about the video topic or anything we've been talking about tonight?
So first, thanks for having me on. Second, obviously you needed quality guests because you let Shane Bilowitz on, so I'm here to save you from that.
The spice.
No, but really, it's one of those times where Sinister made a really good comment. Like, this girl's going through so much, and Cini made a good comment as well. Like, emotional crisis, and then this need, this panacea, right, for some type of supernatural causation. And I understand the mechanism. I study the mechanism. It's not something that's unknown, but it doesn't mean that it's true just because it feels good at the time. And
Right.
I think people are reluctant to admit that nothing special happened, right? She wasn't actually healed. Everything that happened to her was very common to anybody else experiencing a medical crisis. But I do have a lot of empathy for her because either she was preyed upon or had already been predisposed or preconditioned to seek out this type of, if you want to call it, religious experience or supernatural crisis management. Ultimately, this has to do with, we live in a Christian culture. These kind of explanations are going to happen all the time, these testimonies and such. But again, I don't believe it, but I do have empathy for her. And it's sad that someone's convinced her and then reinforced that, because I'm sure every Christian goes up and goes, "Are you sure it was Jesus?" I'm sure no one does that. They all say absolutely,
They're just ready to
100%.
gobble it up.
Yep. And so culturally, her story gets reaffirmed among her new group of fellow Christians. And now, even if she doubts it later, she can't, because that's how she is known by her community, by this religious experience. That's it. And I'll just stay here and heckle Shane. That's my job tonight.
Someone's got to
Feel free,
Thank
Pat.
you so very much, Pat. And all right, with that, we got more coming on. We got
Ooh.
John Vance.
It's amazing. We got the Dr. God, apparently. So PhD in God, and then the Freak. We're moving on. Sending love. Thank you so much, Pat. Dr. God, what is
Hey,
up?
can you
We
guys
are
hear me?
Midnight Ranting. Yes,
We
we
hear you.
can. On
Hey,
Jesus Saves
glad to
Atheists
be
on
here.
Deathbed.
I see we got a big audience tonight. A lot of people in here.
Woohoo! That's
Yeah.
right. We are stacking that deck, but we
Yeah.
are also asking.
The girl deck.
That's right. Can Jesus save an atheist on their deathbed? We watched a video. We're talking the topic. Hope you're doing well. And what are your thoughts?
I am doing well. Do you guys ever feel, since the last guy, I'm sorry, I forget what his name was, but I believe he said something along the lines of
Pat.
Pat. Yeah, he said something along the lines of, "We live in a Christian society," and I completely agree with him. I think that I feel personally discriminated. I just know, like, when I go to the store, especially places like Walmart, which is like just God's haven, is what it feels like
Indeed.
sometimes. I feel like people know that I don't believe in God. And if I wear one of my atheist shirts that said like ask me about God or whatever, I'll tell you the truth. I just feel like people are looking down on me. Do you guys ever get that?
Well, like I said in the beginning, I think God is like the ultimate virtue signal of our society. It's like something that people just, it's like people put that on their memes and they just want everybody to know that they drink the Kool-Aid too. They like it. They buy into
It's
it.
good Kool-Aid. Kool-Aid's good. Kool-Aid's good.
Yeah.
With a lot
I
of
think
sugar.
it's like the
Well,
ultimate
depends what's
virtue
in the
signal.
Kool-Aid. I mean,
Yeah. You guys do a
Yeah.
lot of sugar in your Kool-Aid, or what? What's your recipe?
I don't think that's where drink the Kool-Aid refers to be honest with you. It kind of refers to the Heaven Gates cult who kind of put rat poison in their Kool-Aid is the reference.
Picky.
Drinking
Yeah.
the Kool-Aid just means you completely
It wasn't
buy
even
into
Kool-Aid.
something unquestionably. No, it was like Flavor Aid.
That
Yeah.
person before me probably put PCP in their Kool-Aid.
Well,
Most likely.
I am not going to say no, but we're going to say thank you so very much, Dr. God. Stick
All
with
right.
us
Oh,
because we
yeah,
until we go
I'll
open
stay here.
conversation. But we're gonna get to freakage on. We're getting some theist.
Freak.
Dun, dun, dun. And in fact, we're sending love for $2 for supporting the show.
Thank you to Freak.
Boom, boom, boom. We're sending that love right back
Appreciate
to
the help
you.
to Freak.
And he's right up in queue. We are bringing him on. The Freak, what is up? We are Midnight Ranting on Jesus Saves Atheists on Deathbed. Hope you're doing well, and
Good to
what
see
are
you, the Freak.
your thoughts?
Hey, I'm okay. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we
We
can.
can hear you.
Oh my God, my network is going absolutely bonkers for some reason. I definitely having DNS problems. So you guys out there in the world, you might notice the same thing within the next 24 hours, just to make you aware. So yeah, I didn't really see her video or anything. I didn't, her testimony was a little bit shaky after I listened to you guys explain how she said she was cured and then, she had to go for surgery and all this other, because that's not really how the Lord operates. I mean, usually it's like one touch and it's done. Like there's no,
Yeah.
that's
what you would
kind of his
expect.
style. But if she gained faith out of it and she had an experience, well, God bless her. That's great. But that's usually most of the time it's either all or nothing with him. Like there's a few places where Jesus
Can I
in the
say
Bible.
something to Freak? If you were in the South, you would have said, well, God bless her heart. You were this close to... Oh, God bless her little heart. She can believe what she wants to believe. No, it's just funny. Continue.
Yeah, so finding Jesus, nothing wrong with that. That's great. But maybe it's just a part of. I'm just speculating, but there's a part in the Bible where Jesus actually couldn't heal people in a certain place because they had unbelief. So maybe there's a little bit of darkness mixed in with that faith or whatever. But that doesn't really make sense because usually it's either
Crohn's
all or
disease.
nothing. When he touches you, it's usually a cure-all for a lot of different things. So I'm not discounting her testimony or anything or what she saw or didn't see. I don't know if she mentioned any of that, but I wanted to bring up something regarding the title of the stream here. Jesus saves atheists on a death. A deathbed repentance is sometimes people talk about it. Is it valid? Is it good? And I wish I could say definitively, like, yeah, you can do that and you're going to get in, you're going to squeak in, everything's great. But from the one verse in the Quran, he kind of says, when death's upon you and you say, yeah, I've repented now, he's not necessarily going to accept that kind of repentance. But then again, you also have to take into account the thief that was on the cross next to Jesus, who said, Lord, remember me when you enter your kingdom. And he said, yeah, you'll be with me today in paradise and whatnot. So it's really, we don't have a clear answer on that, but those are the scriptural references that whoever, is pondering or wondering could take into account and try and make it the best decision for themselves. Also, if James, I saw James posting on Praise's community board.
Oh, like
about just general stuff and faith in general, and how he's not a believer as he was and everything. And so if there's anything that you can think of now, James, that you want to talk about, I'm definitely open for that.
Wait, who's not a believer now?
Me.
James.
Oh, got you. For a whole second, I was like, "Praise I am. Stop being a believer." Yes, we got another one.
No, I told you I was in a comment battle on one of his memes that he posted.
Gotcha.
And, but I mean,
if I could speak from experience, there's nothing better than converting someone.
Hey,
it's like the ultimate endorphin rush.
Yes.
And they say us that you're not supposed to feel this way. You're just supposed to talk to the audience. But there have been numerous debates where I really go in there wanting to. You have to be nice and be Socratic, but can't help it. I guess I'm an extreme atheist.
Those emotions run high sometimes, and sometimes words get thrown around that you can't always, that you regret occasionally. But getting that conversion is the ultimate win.
Plus, culturally, I think trolling on the internet is kind of starting to finally play itself out a little bit,
Really?
Whereas,
is it going to get to the point where it's becoming ironic, but once it's ironic, it's getting less cool?
I think stuff like that, Amy. Yeah.
Once the boomers start doing it, then it will not be cool anymore.
they're posting so many Facebook
a little bit nicer to each other, generally.
Woo-hoo. That sounds good to Freak. We're actually we got a whole bunch more people, so we are going to keep on going down. It's spreading. Thank you for supporting us and joining us on.
Tonight's a topical stream to Freak, but if you want to come in on the Collins show and you want to talk specifically about that, you can if you want. And
that's right. I enjoyed you on Randolph's stream too.
Yeah, no problem. We'll do that.
And all right,
good to see you back.
We're going to get, I think it will be our spiciest one yet. We're going to get John. We are Midnight Ranting on Jesus Saves Atheist on Deathbed. I hope you are doing fantastic tonight. What are your thoughts about the video, the topic, or anything that we've been talking about tonight?
We are all Def Leppard fans.
Oh, exactly.
Yeah. I can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Yep. Okay, I just want to make sure. Yeah, I was watching the debate of I think his name is Randolph, right? The older guy and the Muslim earlier.
Yeah.
And he mentioned about the surat of was it chapter 4 verse 89 where it talks about killing the non-believers, but it actually specifically says kill the hypocrites within the believing community. I'd also like to stress that it does. When you read other surahs, like I have a link, but when you read other surahs, it actually emphasizes the hypocrites within the community, or the community of the so-called believers that try to stray away from the path. But there is another. It does emphasize that people of the book. So if you are a Christian or of Jewish Orthodox or read the Torah, that you are people of the book and that you're to be respected. So Islam, out of all the Abrahamic beliefs, I guess you could say is most secular, and that at the time when Christian empires were persecuting people who were practicing Orthodox Judaism, but there was also some ethnic conflict there, but it was also documented that in Muslim, like in the northern Arabian Peninsula, that there was practicing Jews and Christians within Muslim empires as well too.
Go figure.
So I would also like to put that out there as well. So it out of all the Abrahamic beliefs, probably Islam is probably the most tolerant of so-called outsiders, but I wouldn't even call it outsiders. It's an all-encompassing religion of all the Abrahamic faiths. And that can be good and bad. I mean, I've had whatever. But in terms of deathbed confessions, there is like in Christianity, in Islam, like if you're at a deathbed and you repented, I did have a imam say that that you would actually be you'd be forgiven, but usually, like with new believers, it's like when you first come in as like a new believer, you're really welcomed, and you're kind of you're praised, and they're welcoming. But once you're like a follower, it's you have to make sure you don't stray from the path, and you don't cause hypocrisy, and you stick to. But I mean, all of that comes with the formation of God, formatting your heart. So whatever that may be. In terms of other stuff, that's basically all I have to say. I can rant on about calendars and stuff like that. I was ranting on about calendars in the chat, but that's maybe another topic
Pat
for another day.
Respond to that.
Who doesn't love a good calendar?
I have theories about the calendars and our history and how it's measured, but it mostly comes from the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church made the Gregorian calendar in 522 AD. So if you use AD or BC in your measurements, you're using a religious
that's why they
tool.
use. Yeah, we don't use that anymore.
BCE
okay.
and
BCE. Okay.
And CE,
Common Era.
But thank you so very much, John.
Yeah, I hope that was
with
something.
us, and
we're
gonna keep on
We have to
leading down.
secularize everything. Get the religion out of.
And I will
everything.
say, I think this is gonna push us to where James and myself might end up. We got a lot of skeptics and a few theists who could be skeptics. So it's a theist and atheist, but we want to keep on adding in. We got Wildheart, Khan, and Peebus in the line. Wildheart, what is up? We are having fun. We are, in fact, midnight ranting on Jesus Saves Atheists on Deathbed. Hope you're doing well. What are your thoughts about the topic, the video, or anything we've been talking about tonight?
I just wanted to say how inherently unfair it is. If Jesus saves one atheist on their deathbed, shouldn't he save all atheists on their deathbed or before? Otherwise, isn't that Jesus playing favourites? Which I don't think he's supposed to do, according to the Bible.
Well, if you're Calvinist.
Yeah. That's it.
All right. Thank you so very much, Wildheart.
Thank you, Wildheart.
Always love Wildheart streams because I get to come on and sing karaoke. Yeah. I am very biased. And he has great theological discussions. That too. Send in love, Wildheart. And okay, we're going to get two more on.
You can move me out, Amy.
Which I was going to say, you're going to go first, James. But then I'm going to introduce our last guest that I'm going to sit out. So we're going to have a full deck tonight, a full girl deck. I know.
140 on Twitch. How can that be?
I know. Well, I was like, either at first I was like, are we getting raided? Are we getting pushed by bots? Did someone link us? I think the system, because it's going so up and down, I think it's more the system. It's just a little wonky. But hey, we're sending love to everyone out there on YouTube and Twitch, or if you're on Facebook, we streamed all three, baby. And thank you so very much, Wildheart. Let us get Khan in. Khan, what is up? We are midnight ranting on Jesus Saves Atheist on Deathbed. Hope you are doing well. What are your thoughts about the video topic or anything we talk about tonight?
Well, I'm doing really well, and I want to thank you for having me. My thoughts as far as the video. Well, I've definitely heard of this kind of thing happening where, somebody really religious, or maybe they're not religious at all, they have this kind of near-death experience, and then all of a sudden, I don't know, they're just completely converted into, slapping the Bible or believing that Jesus saved them or whatever it is. And I've heard also the same kind of thing with spiritual journeys and shamanistic trials and stuff like that too. So I don't really know. It's just a weird human trait almost, it seems, that we have a human disposition to go believe this, be converted into whatever we may want.
Yeah, seems like some sort of just false positive. But yeah, Khan, thank you so very much for joining us. Stick around. We are just going to get Peebus on, and then we're going to go into open conversation. In fact, what I'm going to say now, because I'm not, it only allows for 10. So what I'm going to do is, Peebus, I'm going to give you your intro, but then when you are done your opening statement, please tell me so that I can pull everyone's checking in here, but visually, so that I can pull everyone into the open conversation. So I'm going to hand it over to you by saying we are midnight ranting on Jesus Saves Atheist on deathbed. I hope you are doing fantastic. And what are you?
Go ahead.
Dead air.
Okay, we're gonna just wait until he gets back. In fact, we'll let him join the conversation. What we normally do is, once we switch to open conversation, just let people join. So I'm gonna let Peebus have his intro whenever he gets back on here, and we're gonna go into open conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, we are midnight ranting on how Jesus saved an atheist on their deathbed. I hope you're all doing fantastic. And this is the girl deck that we are working with tonight. In fact, it is right here.
Mm-hmm.
There's no Amy.
And there's no one in charge. It's anarchy. Quick, rebel.
Lord of the Flies.
Amy?
All right,
Yeah.
everybody start taking your clothes off.
Just kidding.
And
Hey,
why,
just
why
kidding.
must you do this? I thought Pat was here to stop you doing things like that, mate. I thought that was his one job. Pat,
Again, I only have so much ability to stop Shane from embarrassing everybody else in the stream, and it's just the way it is.
Okay, so I think Pat had a really good point, and I wanted to sort of talk about this girl that obviously been going through an experience and something really bad, and it brings to mind, in my country we basically had this big problem where they put pastors in charge of school counselling, basically, and this massive thing happened where a girl had anorexia, and the pastor told her that she was just hungry for God. And the reason why I'm sort of talking about this is because if this girl has some deep-seated psychological problems, directing her to a God might not necessarily solve those. And so those problems are still going to be there whether she believes in God or not. And is this the best way to address the problems that she's going through? Has anyone got any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I'll give it a stab at it. So, I guess the secular reasoning would be SSRIs.
I guess the secular.
She's like depressed. I don't know, extra.
I mean, we can't do without Amy, so thank you very much for having me on. I shall exit stage left. Thanks a lot. Come back.
Okay.
Thank
But
you
yeah.
so very much, Wildheart. And you really didn't have to leave. I'm sending love out there. Peebus, or no, he muted. Someone was having echo, or maybe
That was me. Sorry about that.
Oh, that's okay.
I was going to answer Mark's question real quick.
Sure, and I'm tempted. I'm just trying to see. Peebus, can you hear us? Can you hear us? Because I want to bring James in until he can talk or do something. Okay. I don't know what that was. I would have let him talk. I don't know if he was trolling or confused or none of the above.
Was that Peebus?
Probably all.
Can't be
I don't know,
trolling.
my troll dar is
We've
going
stopped that
off,
on the
but-
internet. It's apparently trolling is vanishing on the internet, so it couldn't be trolling.
I know.
Trolling has just begun.
What's SSRI,
Oh,
Vance? What's
there will be
SSRI? What
They're
are
that
you
type of
talking about there?
antidepressant, selective serotonin
It's an
reuptake
it's an
inhibitors
antidepressant.
Oh, okay.
that they,
There's actually just a recent
anti-science.
study that came out that they don't work.
Okay.
So I'm just saying that,
I could have told you that.
just thinking that we're just chemical reactions is faulty to begin with. It's faulty science to cure somebody of just give them a pill and but anyway, I was just pointing that out there.
Well, I'm not necessarily advocating that's the solution. I'm just saying if someone does have psychological problems, that believing in God may not solve them. So you sort of saying, hey, one antidepressant pill doesn't work either, hardly addresses that.
Yeah. And I guess maybe a more nuanced outlook of being hungry for God. I think that's his bad taste. And actually, the Bible does talk about the pastors straying away from God, and that's not biblical whatsoever. So there always a time when in the end days when the churches stray away from what's actually read in the Bible. And it talks about in Corinthians too, when Paul made up all these churches and they have all these different denominations, all these different beliefs, and they stray from what is actually said, and they go around and they try to repent people, but they're actually supposed to cleanse a church of any sins or shortcomings, I guess. So that would be maybe my biblical critique of that pastor.
So how do you tell who is authorized by God to cure these things and who isn't? Like, how do we tell this particular girl in the video that we watched is actually receiving some sort of God-based therapeutic solution to her problems?
Usually they have like a big funny hat.
The hat is what makes it.
That's true.
Well,
that's pretty true.
I don't know the status of the hat in question that she was. I think she prayed with somebody, is from what I gather. I don't know if they had any kind of hat, but does that mean you're biblically approved or not? You seem, does the bunny ears actually count for that? And honestly, my
the Easter bunny is actually a pagan ritual, like Christmas
I'm
Jesus.
good with the pagan ritual. I'm fine with that. I'm good. But how do we tell whether this girl is actually going to address her problems by believing in God, or whether that's going to be an ongoing thing that maybe she requires some sort of actual psychological help with, aside from hopes and prayers? Here's my question.
I take lithium.
If I could jump in, a lot of the
I would suggest you continue.
The perspective that I've been exposed to with religious people, especially Christians and conservatives and that sort of thing, is that as long as you believe or whatever, it doesn't matter. This life is but dirty rags. They're going to heaven. So if you're gonna live your life with really bad Crohn's disease or mental issues or something, whatever, that's just God testing you, and you'll be free of it in once you're in heaven.
You think God tests you by giving you like diarrhea for life? That's fucked up.
Yeah, but they would be like, "This is my burden to bear," you know.
Well, I don't think Shane believes that. He's saying,
no, I don't.
there
No,
who-
yeah, that is fucked up, right? Yeah, I don't believe that. I'm saying that's.
So, what would be like the atheist? Like, what would be the message to atheists, to somebody who's it could be anorexic or depressed, and maybe they're suicidal? What would be something that because I'm not quite sure what you guys believe, but what would be your I guess remedy to somebody who's depressed? What would you say? Somebody's like suicidal, and they say, I have no purpose to live. What would be your remedy to
It's
that
incredibly
to that person?
situational. I think you need to know what their lifestyle is and what they're doing. But yeah, I think that's an extremely fluid question you're asking.
Totally wrong.
Well,
Totally wrong. I
just think-
disagree completely.
Oh yeah. Okay. Well, what do you think, Bunny?
I think everybody should be given antipsychotics and lithium.
Yeah, but there was a study that didn't
What does
work.
lithium do?
Lithium makes you based, and like
It's a mood
Red
stabilizer.
yeah.
It makes you what?
It's often used as a treatment for like bipolar disorder.
Ding ding ding. That's what I have. Shit,
That's what they use in batteries too. So it's like I don't know if there's enough to go
Oh,
around.
and it powers you. Yeah. So
Well,
it's
yeah.
like the
It's
power
literally. I feel like a
source.
battery every day, dude. It's awesome.
I mean,
You feel like a battery.
And listen,
Well,
they're like,
I
it's
think
one of
going
these
to
psychiatric
like
medications, right? That has a like study done behind it that has like quantifiable proof that it lowers the risk of suicide. That's
Well,
a
I
big
think
deal,
that
dude. Because every other, you were talking about SSRIs earlier. Every other SSRI, every other AMRI or whatever they're called, none of them can claim that, right? In fact, they all have those warnings on them. The black box label saying may increase like risk of suicidal thoughts.
Well, I think that Bunny is right, that you should at least go for some scientifically proven, demonstrable methods like psychiatry, psychology, some chemicals to stabilize your mood until those therapies.
Yeah, but there's actually a study that said that doesn't
Hey,
work.
Hey, no, I'll finish first. Thank you. That shows demonstrably that they have better outcomes than just, say, pointing to God or pointing to one cheap fix that doesn't actually fix the problem. We can get actual stats on this, not just, well, it makes you feel good. What makes you feel good may not be the solution to what you need.
Weren't a lot of the mass shooters also on SSRIs too?
Oh my god.
So it's just like
Correlation does
you don't
not
know,
equate
like
to causation.
it's just
Correct.
Well, were they on?
Can you demonstrate a causal relationship between SSRIs and this behavior?
I mean, they're obviously mentally disturbed people, so if they're mentally disturbed, it would stand to reason they're being treated.
You don't know what how they're going to react, right?
Well, I mean, if we're gonna just throw out causal links, most mass shooters and terrorists have religious ideology, right?
Stephen
religious
Paddock
ideology
was a
is
born-again
different
Muslim,
from
I believe.
SSRIs.
Or not
though.
born again.
Why is it different? Why are they not both? Why are they not both causal? If there's a correlation between one and the other, that's okay. You want to point that as the cause. There's a correlation between religion and mass shootings. You say that's different. Why is it different?
Because one it's like a different, like, altered state. It's like you're not necessarily sober. Like from a religious standpoint, like you're from an altered mind. Like if you're on drugs or
religion can alter your mind.
and that's a I guess you could argue a sinful state. Whereas a religious, that's a different topic. Like if someone is in an altered state, obviously they're going to make decisions that they wouldn't do, like if they're in a sober state, like if they weren't intoxicated. But if they're
These are not
intoxicated with
intoxicating drugs.
and even in the Quran it talks about
they
that
don't
too,
produce
so.
those type of effects though. They're
not things. They don't make you high. They're not like alcohol.
Right.
The correlation.
Well, a lot of pharmaceuticals
Hang on a second. Just let me finish.
Heroin in them.
Just let me finish. Let me finish.
No.
There's a correlation between alcohol and aggressiveness that we can show a causal relationship. What you're not doing is showing a causal relationship. You're not showing that these drugs cause that behavior. You're just saying, hey, all of these people happen to be on these antipsychotic drugs. That's just correlation. You're not showing a cause.
But wouldn't you say that because they're on that, that they're more likely to like, I'm not saying like all people who get intoxicated commit crimes, but you know, most of the time people who are intoxicated, they do things that they regret maybe the next day. Is that wrong when I say that?
I don't think.
I just don't even know. Like, I don't think you're really approaching it in a really good faith way. But I'm just saying because you're like saying, okay, here's
so
I want peer review, like to the point. Like I get that, but the thing is, I'm just saying, I'm making a point about there is definitely a causation. You can argue how much of a causation it is, but there's definitely a causation between people who are in altered states of mind and committing crime. Am I wrong in saying that?
Yes, you're wrong.
How am I wrong in saying that?
You're not making a faith discussion because you're just getting your personal opinion.
You're just you are just picking my words now.
That these things cause people to go out shooting. Therefore, I'm going to believe it. Any other correlation you ignore. So you're using a personal bias to say, this correlation I feel is the cause. You can't demonstrate it. You can't show it. You can't point to any paper that suggests it. But you feel it's the case. So it's just a matter of confirmation.
Isn't there a study out there that most people that
occurs, you're going to chalk that up and say, hey, that's exactly the same thing because you are using confirmation.
I'm not saying, okay, you're not just obfuscating my words. Obviously, there's a causation. I'm saying there's a causation.
Obviously, there's a cause.
There's a causation. There's a causation.
Obviously, there's a causation. Isn't demonstrating anything. It's just reinforcing the claim.
My testimony conflicts with his assertion too.
There's got to be studies out there. I'll say there's studies out there. Like people who are intoxicated are more likely to commit crime than people who are sober.
Yeah, but
or even like people who talk about they're in a different state of mind. Like I don't know what's so controversial about that.
Wait, you're saying that pharmaceuticals are making people commit crimes?
It
could be pharmaceuticals, it could be alcohol, it could be anything really. Like,
no, he's conflating somebody being prescribed a, like an SSRI or something with psychedelics or drug abuse or other narcotic things like that. And he said, he's saying that altered states of consciousness can do this. Therefore, when you take these drugs.
Yeah, but have you ever actually abused like a benzo script or something like that from a psychiatrist? Because I have, and let me tell you from experience, that shit's lit. It's fucking awesome. I don't get why people be fucking.
We're not talking about.
Well, I'm just saying, just in general, like if you're in an altered state of mind.
I don't know. Dude. I'm just saying, like all the drugs I've taken, and I've never once been like, oh, I'm gonna go out and kill 50 people. Like that's delusional thinking. If you think that,
I'd agree.
It's not. I'm not saying like
your definition of altered state of mind is so broad that you can
include shooters were actually
being tired.
You guys are just hold on. It's just so disingenuous. It's really disingenuous what you're doing right now. Is because obviously, if you're in an altered state of mind, you'll act on things. You won't. You're just like, you're just saying like a normal person just takes drugs, all of a sudden they want to kill people. Like, no, that's just disingenuous. I'm just saying when you're in an altered state of mind, you're less likely to repress those thoughts, and you're more likely to act out on things that you shouldn't act out on.
What I'm saying is a normal person who takes drugs, whether it be an SSRI, which I've taken like 15 of in my life, or recreational drugs. If you're not fucked up,
here's what I'll say about the SSRI. It's a well-known fact that 30% of the Chinese are on SSRIs, and you never see any mass shootings under
30%. Wow.
Did he leave?
I didn't know that.
This is random. My God, the Chinese content, ladies and gentlemen.
It's because he threw the grenade and the Chinese Communist Party runs everything.
No, Winnie the Pooh, give him breath.
I got a question for John Vance. do you have thoughts of killing people that if you think that you did some sort of drug or some SSRI, you would go out and shoot people? Is that what we're talking about?
Like if you took
So I'm not saying
homicidal.
that anybody who takes like a drug, but if they're in a certain environment and they're in a certain mindset already, and then stuff they haven't dealt with, when you do these drugs, it's unpredictable on how they're going to react. And people have done crimes when they've been drunk or they've been on drugs, and they're just more likely to do it. Like even like abuse victims, like they're like people who get really angry and then they abuse their family members or their partner or whatever, and then when afterwards they're repentant, like, oh my god, I don't know what came over me. That you could argue that's a different state of mind as well. It's not. I'm not excusing the action. I'm also denouncing it too. But I'm just saying that if you're in an altered state of mind, if you're not in a clear conscience, you tend to do things that you might regret, especially if you do drugs or if you do alcohol. I'm not saying everyone that does drugs and alcohol commits these heinous acts. I'm just saying if you're
The overwhelming majority don't.
if you have.
So what does that mean? It doesn't mean anything.
Well,
no, it does mean something because you're more likely to do it if you.
I would like to address that because
And
you
then
don't.
after you address it, well, then I want to eventually get. There's Charles backstage, and then Joshua. It says the device isn't connected, but if you can connect, we will get you in here as well.
All right. So the thing is,
Funny, you're
all
muted.
matters on the circumstance, the environment, other factors, your psychological state, and then you add drugs that you're saying, hey, these under these drugs, these can occur. Then it isn't the drugs that caused it. Because if it was the drugs that caused it, it would happen without the other things there. It's not the cause. The cause is having a certain psychological state, the environment that you're in, all these other things that you said, and we can't find that causal relationships to say, hey, it was the drugs that caused that. I also want to point out you completely avoided my question. You didn't address whether you would do that at all. I presume the answer is no, that if you were on any amount of psychedelics or psychotics or antipsychotics or any amount of drugs, you wouldn't do this thing, which means it isn't the drug causing it. And we find that in a majority of cases. It isn't the drugs that's causing it. It's the psychological state that is.
Well, there is, if somebody is like intoxicated and they do a heinous act, I'm not saying that that excuses them of the consequences of their act. I'm saying if you are under, like, say, if you're drunk and you get into an argument with somebody and then it might turn into physical, like maybe if you were sober, you're less likely to, you're more likely to solve the conflict as opposed to escalating it to violence because you're not thinking straight. And so when you're not thinking straight, situations that would you be able to de-escalate, you wouldn't have that great of ability to de-escalate, so crime could happen. So that's what basically I'm saying is there's definitely a causation there.
Would you commit domestic abuse under alcohol? Are you saying that all it takes for you to commit domestic abuse is just if you drink and then you can't think straight, and then no, this is a valid question. If you just can't think straight because you've had that much alcohol, just say you're blackout drunk, would you hit people?
It depends on the situation, but obviously a lot of like you could go over studies, like a lot of those abuses is people that are on drugs or alcohol. You find majority of the time, or at least half the time, that they're in an altered state of mind.
There are people who become mean when they get drunk or intoxicated. That is
I don't know what's the controversy here. I don't get it.
Well, there's a few things. If I could just have a minute.
It just seems silly, really.
It's silly, but
it is silly. It's just like it should be common sense. Like, if you are intoxicated, you're less likely to solve issues, and you might do something that you might regret.
Cause it. That's the thing.
We understand that alcohol. We understand that, like narcotics, they cause direct effects on the brain that interfere with people's judgment and actions. We understand that. We know it. And we can measure that. But these drugs don't produce that type of effect in the brain. They don't inhibit
Right.
your judgment or your perception of your surroundings.
Or the altered
They
state
take
that you're
effect over.
suggesting.
They take effect over a long period of time. They gradually try to balance out the chemicals in the brain. It's a much more muted, much more. It's not like that direct effect you get with a narcotic or.
And let's be
alcohol.
clear here. Your only evidence for this is that people that committed psychotic acts were on antipsychotics. That's your entire evidence for it. That's all you've got and all you've presented now.
And John, I'll let you finish, but I will say we got 30 more minutes, ladies and gentlemen, and then we are heading into outros.
So we don't
you
know if they
are
stop taking their
gracious-
meds either, do we?
Well, sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. You know, if someone gets shot and blood work comes back, we know whether they stop taking their meds. And that's possible. They may have stopped taking their meds, sure.
Yeah. I would say that's probably more the likely the case if they go on a rampage.
By the grace of
Maybe.
God, may I be healed by the Lord Almighty. Amen.
Praise Jesus.
Also, you know, I agree with him about the altered state. You're not going to necessarily, you're not going to, unless he wants to, you're not going to see God in an altered state because he doesn't operate that way. But the like,
Jimmy here?
You know, Prozac was something that got me through my divorce, and
That's an
so
SSRI,
you know,
yeah.
disregarding pharmaceuticals altogether, I think is a mistake. Also, that report that came out about how they don't work is not actually true. They don't know how it works, but they didn't say that it doesn't work. Thank you.
And that's the thing is we have one study that's come out, but meanwhile these drugs have been through clinical trials, numerous ones where they have to prove efficacy, that these drugs do better than placebo at helping people who are depressed or have anxiety or other issues. Now we just have one study that comes out and seems to suggest maybe we don't know the exact causal link, but I think it's that's a big jump to say they don't work, we shouldn't be using them, because I think they're, like the freak said, he benefited from it, and there are lots of people who do take these and have positive effects from them.
And I guess that's my point. Like, God may just be a placebo. Sorry, Pat, go ahead.
Well, I'm just curious if people would be willing to accept the other the other correlation as causation for those, people that have committed extreme acts of violence, and they're not found to be neurologically atypical, they're not on drugs, they're not under long-term psychiatric care, and their only thing we can measure is that they're religious in some way. Is that a causal link? That the reason they committed this was because of religious ideology? I don't know if I'm willing to go there, but I mean, if we're going to start saying that if some common element is found absent other possible causal factors, then, it actually doesn't behoove us to make these simple snap judgments to try to find a single cause of each and every person's, antisocial behavior, right? I mean, drugs cause antisocial behavior. Well, yes, but also underlying psychological conditions, and there's a lot that goes into criminality. And I think saying it's drugs is really just it. And I know the argument is one to reinforce a theological premise, particularly like among religious groups that, we abstain from drugs, we abstain from alcohol, we live a purist lifestyle. And thus, look, all these problems of the world are caused by this one thing we abstain from. But then if we're going to do that, we're going to allow you to do that, then we need to go back the other way and go, okay, when absent these other conditions, then obviously it's religion. I think both are nearsighted, but I mean, it's equally fair if that's the debate we're going to have.
You're misrepresenting the religious in terms of just abstaining from drugs and alcohol, but also it talks about I guess you could say sinful behavior and having no direction in your life.
Okay, well, see, there you go.
Unless of
again,
a direction.
Do you know how many religions in the world abstain from drugs and alcohol, dude? You're not the only one. You're misrepresenting my thing. You're
misrepresenting the religious point of it. It's not we're saying we're just abstaining from alcohol and drugs. We're also talking about sinful behavior, being quick to anger, It gives you an
Sure.
altered state of mind.
Sure. Sure.
Sexual promiscuity, all that. It's also
So
an altered state of mind as well.
You
too.
thought I was talking only about Islam, right?
Well,
Not
just
the
in
myriad
general,
of other a myriad of other religious sects, both polytheistic and monotheistic, that engage in substance avoidance, right? Like, it's very common within Buddhism. Some certain Buddhist sects to do the same thing. I mean, again, I think this is part of the problem is you internalize it as, this is what I believe, and this is why my belief system would be resistant to that type of attack. When I was simply talking about the topic you were talking about, drugs and alcohol, right? So again, this goes to be where,
Well,
I think Mark has a good point about you not being an honest interlocutor.
I was just correcting you on the religious position, and now you're doing a non sequitur and saying I'm trying to avoid your position. I'm not. So you're just being disingenuous in that way. So I was just saying that it was. I just, I don't know. Weird panel. But yeah.
What
So
less
that's
would you
basically what I'm
expect
saying.
from us?
Pardon?
We're having fun tonight.
Yes, and also I would also say that I guess people have made the argument that people have committed acts of terrorism because of Islam or because they believed in the Great Replacement theory, and then they try to connect people who espouse those ideas, and they put guilt on them. And so guilt by association, right, is because you espouse these ideas that you act violently, which is not true at all. Everyone has their own free will, and everyone has different lived experiences. And to attribute an idea, unless explicitly advocating for violence, to attribute any idea as someone inspiring them to commit acts of violence is a non sequitur and disingenuous. It's also very tyrannical as well too. And
clearly,
it's not the same as someone being on drugs. Someone being on drugs, that was their individual choice. But in terms of like they did it because of Islam, there's a lot of connotations to that, or because they believed in a Great Replacement theory. There's a lot of connotations to that, and it's not as clear as we can measure somebody who's been on drugs. Yes, that played a factor into it, but there's also other elements as well. But if they weren't on drugs, they were less likely to do it.
No, the thing is that we're talking about statistical correlations,
Yeah,
which
that's what I'm saying. I'm saying they're less likely to do it if they're sober.
Settle down. Which completely ignores the basis for why you're giving that correlation. Statistics is blind, and
it's a different causation. Why does everything have to be black?
Than drug abuse. A correlation is a correlation, regardless of the origin it comes from. And
why does everything have to be black and white with you?
Was that the correlation between drugs and violence? Why should the correlation for religion and violence be any differently? Then you go to, well, it's free will, which you won't give to the people with the correlation between drugs and violence. You could just say, hey, it's free will, but you don't want to give that one. It is special pleading for religion to say, hey, there is a correlation there, but it's got nothing to do with it and all to do with the individual free will of the people doing it. But for drugs, you want to say, hey, that correlation means there is a cause between the drugs. You are the one being dishonest here. You are basically special pleading for your religion.
Why? Because I'm saying that drugs are a factor in people committing crimes. Like it's
You're saying
statistically
it's
proven.
different than
You can
religion.
go to court, and you could arguably, depending upon the situation, you could lesser your sentence, but you still face the consequences if you're in an altered state of mind, depending on the situation, of course. You're just saying you're equating it to either a black or white. I'm saying there's definitely a bit of causation there, but like just because it's not 100% of the causation, therefore it's false. That's just silly. That's just silly. That's just silly.
Just to be clear, what could be in what? Oh, sorry, Mark. Go ahead.
Yeah, you could be brainwashed in a cult, go to court and say, hey, I was brainwashed in a cult. It'd be exactly the same defense.
Well,
What does it have
actually,
to do with
it's
drugs?
not. Well, because
That pack
I don't
isn't
know
here.
I don't know where you're living, but in the United States, I think it's 2/3 of states don't have an intoxication defense. Intoxication is
Voluntary
not
intoxication.
An excuse,
correct.
Yeah, it's hard to prove, but you can, I guess, theoretically, you can.
Which states? Which states of the
Well,
United States?
I don't live in America, but I know
Well, so in the United
Canada, you can
States,
actually, in Canada, actually, there was a Supreme Court that said you can actually lesser your sentence if you kill somebody.
okay, well,
Supreme Court decision.
that's an issue with the Canadian justice system, then, right?
Okay.
Because in
I'm
California,
just
voluntary
saying,
intoxication,
like, you know,
right?
that's
I
you
don't
know,
think
the taking intoxication is
Voluntary intoxication
cause
is not a legal defense in most
crime.
jurisdictions. So,
Like the
So
United
if you
States,
say
right?
there's a lot of reserves in Canada who have drug and alcohol problems, and there's a lot of crime. Would you just say that's just a correlation?
Well, I would say that drugs and alcohol play a statistical factor, but I also think socioeconomic and cultural legacy would be as equally important factors in those instances as well.
You're trying to take something that's really complicated, that has lots of moving parts, and oversimplify it down to one thing.
I'm not trying to oversimplify it or
I think you are.
put it in a religious context. I'm just stating a fact. That's all.
It sounds like.
You know.
So, can I jump in here for a second? Okay, the whole objection that we have been having was that you're comparing drugs and alcohol with like altered state of minds and things like that with common medications that people are prescribed, like antidepressants or things like that. And we were trying to tell you that that's not the case, because if your definition of altered mind or altered state of mind is so broad that includes that, then that means that people who are tired have an altered state of mind, people who are sick, people who are in love, people who are
angry.
Then this I mean, what's the point of this?
People listening to music can change your state of mind. I mean, lots of
There you
things
go.
can alter your
Running
mind.
can change your state of mind, but runners
There
don't
you
kill
go.
people.
Bring something up in the Canadian Criminal Code here that you're talking about in June 2022. They introduced Bill C-28 to amend the Criminal Code to respond to the Supreme Court decisions on the defense of extreme intoxication. That's extreme intoxication. They ruled that the section that prevented the use of extreme intoxication defense was unconstitutional. These changes followed to close the gap by ensuring individuals who voluntarily consume intoxicant in a criminally negligent manner, lose control and harm others, are held criminally responsible. So if you consume hang on, if you consume it negligently, behave in become intoxicated, lose control and harm others, are criminally responsible.
Okay. You know, in America, what happens is if you kill people but you're intoxicated, you're on drugs, you are responsible for that. But you want to know what is a valid defense, and it happens at least once a year that somebody will kill their kids and say that God told them to, and you know what? About half the time they get found not guilty by reason of insanity. They're not criminally liable because they're saying God told them to do it, and they don't get sent to prison. They go to a mental facility.
I think insanity is a bit of a I think the whole idea of insanity is that you don't understand your actions at all. I wouldn't think that could be applied wholesale to religious beliefs in general. I mean, statistically speaking,
it's not. It's usually, I mean, the defense of God told me to do it is been invariably tied to and linked to mental illness. I mean, the expression of the faith is actually is an expression is being expressed by mentally ill people, not the other way around.
Yeah, you can.
It's a complicated. Yeah, there's a lot of facets to it, so it's not just a black and white thing. So I just don't want people to rip either or it's there's a lot of different variables to the what we're talking about. So it's just like you're trying to pigeonhole me into one position, and it's just like, no, there's a lot of nuance to it. So,
Well, there
saying that
is.
there's a causation, it's this percentage of causation. It's just like you have a fire and you put gasoline on it. Well, obviously the fire is going to get bigger and it's causing more problems. You know, it's going to get more complicated, right? So,
You're
what?
going down this road by saying SSRIs are causing people.
Yeah, well, yeah. There's a study that said
acts of
SSRIs
violence.
are
Can
they're
you
not
point-
effective in treating antidepressants.
Can you point me to the
Studies
study?
say they are.
Yeah. I was. That's why I was. I'll just put it in the chat. But
the problem is that the moving of the goalpost now from
you're moving the
SSRIs
goalpost.
Are causing people to go out and shoot people is what you first claimed. To they don't cause depression. I mean, your evidence for them. Your evidence for them causing these things. That's what we're arguing about.
Because the whole thing was you
obviously
started
people
out with
commit
saying
crimes when they're intoxicated more likely, aren't they?
Don't cause these behavioral things. And
Yes,
it is
they
the
do. You're telling me someone who's not high is
It's the depression
more
causing
likely to commit a crime than someone who's sober? That's just stupid.
They're two different things.
Stupid. That's stupid.
That's
Doesn't make
not
any
an
sense.
argument. Calling me stupid or calling what I've said stupid isn't.
It just
an
doesn't
argument.
make any sense what you're saying. Like, obviously, everyone knows
Obviously.
there's a community
It's like taking
who
aspirin or Tylenol and saying that made you kill somebody. No.
that's
Taking aspirin does
disingenuous.
not make
Like,
you
what the
kill
fuck?
somebody.
Like, I can't even have a
These drugs don't
conversation. What
cause
the fuck is this?
intoxication.
Like, you people are ridiculous. I'm gonna leave. This is ridiculous. Like,
Yeah,
it's just so stupid. Like,
No.
you can't even. You
Okay,
can't
well,
even.
the door hits you on the
It's
way
just
out.
like you go off into different tangents. Just like, oh, I guess he means everything. I'm just saying. I'm making specific.
Bye, Joe.
Yep.
Did
Well,
he go?
I think the conversation would eventually turn to, well, if we're going to agree that all these other causal factors such as alcohol, drugs, use of even prescription could be a factor in some issues. I think it's important to say, well, are theological tenets and cultural conditioning, are those equally likely to be factoral issues as well? I mean, socioeconomic and all these other things are important. This is the kind of thing that people don't want to talk about. Mentally ill people getting into can be radicalized. How are they radicalized? Usually upon political and or ideological / theological grounds, right? This is a reality of the situation. But again, then there's the but not my people. There's the defense mechanism, right? Well, white nationalists, they're bad because of their ideology, but extremist leftists, they're not bad because they match your ideology. No, both are equally bad. If your extremist views are based on ideology and you have underlying psychological tendencies to radicalize behavior that results in violence, neither system is good. Neither is justifiable in our system, our society.
Well,
That's what I was
looking
thinking.
at. We used to
The
look at it
horseshoe
very
theory.
one-dimensionally. Like in the 1920s, people really thought that as soon as we enacted prohibition, you could close 90% of the jails. Crime would just go away because people wouldn't have access to alcohol anymore. And we found out that didn't happen.
Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to point out is if you have somebody, if you're going to claim, hey, SSRIs they may not be effective in curing depression. Fair enough. Okay, if you've got a study to say that, you've got a study to say that. That is a far leap from saying that they cause certain behaviors. You might have somebody who is taking antipsychotics. Just because they go out and commit a psychotic act doesn't mean that their medication caused that. They already have psychosis. Like this idea that because a drug doesn't work to cure something, it's like saying, well, he's taking Panadol, his pain isn't cured. 90% of the people taking, I don't know if you have Panadol, Tylenol, paracetamol, right? 90% of the people taking paracetamol have pain. It must be the paracetamol causing the pain. No, that's not how any of that works. And him to say, oh, well, it's common sense. No, it's not. It's not common sense. That's why we say that correlation is not causation.
Well, But you understand, it serves a theological. Again, it's not just not just someone that comes from Islam. You could have this discussion with a Mormon or some straight edge Christian groups, right? Like,
Yeah.
I get it, but it serves a theological narrative for them to say things like this. This one thing causes this, and then ignore every other causal factor.
I
absolutely.
agree. His position is mostly assumptions for the most part, because I can tell you that the first thing that they put me on was Paxil when I first got like depressed.
That's another
and
SSRI, yeah.
that stuff. I mean, I've taken hard drugs in my life when I was young and stuff. That stuff made me have the weirdest dreams and the weirdest vision, not visions, but like it was just weird. I felt weird. It was just weird, So eventually, I ended up on the Prozac, and that got me through like a terrible divorce that I went through, and I think, during that time is when I had my vision of God. So yeah, he's right that an altered mind won't be able to know the Lord or be able to see Him or receive the Holy Spirit. He's right, 100%. But also, when all you can think about is dying all day and night, a stabilizer certainly can get you back to where you actually can receive from God. So I just want to put that out there.
And that's the thing is everybody's body reacts differently to these medications. That's why there's more than one. One might work great for another person. It didn't work good for you. So they can put you on a different one that gets a better result for you. And that's the great thing about modern medicine and science is trying to help people, make people better. It's not a magic bullet. It doesn't cure everybody. But the fact is that we can help a lot of people who have these conditions, and to try to take that away or diminish that because it doesn't fit your religious ideology is just terrible. Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, I forgot what I was going to say. That's okay. I just think that Pat makes a really good point that just, if we're going to correlate one thing with another, but I really think that's what I was going to say. I really think that anybody going through a really hard time and is sort of depressed and angry and is struggling with emotions should see, psychologists and psychiatrists, things that have been proven to help with psychological issues. I don't think that just going to a church is going to solve the issue. I think that you may be just transferring, say, an addiction, for instance. And it's my big problem with the Alcoholics Anonymous with their sort of convert to God to fix your alcoholism.
It's a great religion. Yeah.
Right, it doesn't fix it at all, and it's got a terrible success rate. Not all of them are like that, but there is a large amount of them that do sort of like really peddle the God concept. But there are secular ones which do provide more support than just give up to God kind of thing, because their success rate's terrible when that's their attitude. When you do have things that have been proven in clinical settings, clinical psychology and psychiatry, they actually have the better success rates than just finding a God through Alcoholics Anonymous and hoping that God solves your problem for you. I'm really sorry, but it just doesn't work.
Well, we used to actually have in this country, going back 40 years ago, a correctional setup that was set up more focused on rehabilitation, job training, education, things like that. And then the reformers came in and said, well, all that costs a lot of money. We can just get rid of all that and then have pastors come into prisons and tell the convicts it makes Jesus sad when they steal, and maybe that will help. And we found out that that didn't help as much as the education, the job training. It really didn't. And now we've got prisons that are packed to the gills.
And on that note, 5 more minutes, panel. So if you want to get your questions out or statements, now is the chance before we move into outros.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying that nobody has ever, they were depressed, went to church, found God, and then they're happy, they have a good life from there. And then I'm not saying that doesn't happen. But statistically, we have to look at what's most statistically effective and what works for people rather than what we feel like should work. And that's a problem with a lot of theists. They go, well, this should work because God is this. We don't care what you feel should work. The whole idea of statistical data analysis is cut through bias. Let's eliminate bias. And it's not perfect, but we can kind of see what works and what doesn't.
Well, then sometimes they'll say, if you're depressed, like, that's a problem with you. You're angry at God, or there's a problem with your walk with God.
Yeah.
And that's just taking and trying to make it like it's their problem, their fault, when that's probably not what is causing the depression.
The other thing too is, like, just real quick, is one of the premises of the earlier guest's argument was free will. I don't believe in free will. Like, I'm a behavioralist, so I the premise of free will isn't really a good argument with me, because I actually think it's demonstrably false.
No, point of contention. I probably do subscribe to at least some partial free will. I'm not a hard determinist. I more or less subscribe to determinism, but I think there is a sort of an iota of free will that we do have in regards to brain plasticity. So I actually disagree with you on that one, Pat. We can fight about it later, mate. But
I don't want to poison the well, but I don't think he was an honest. I don't think he was an honest interlocutor. So I think he was intentionally trying to be obtuse and obfuscate and things like that.
Pretty familiar with him.
Yeah. So, but he does represent that is sort of a representation of the way a lot of religious people do feel about psychology and medication and things like that. Like I'm on Prozac right now, actually, and it's definitely helped me a lot. But the other thing that really scares me is this whole Christian counseling that's being sold as
an alternative,
to psychological treatment, and it's just basically them telling you you need to repent and find Jesus, and and you're a sinner, and the reason why you're feeling bad is because of sin, or if you're going through something really painful, then God is testing you, and you just have to go through it and bear it, because that's your lot in life.
They're very skeptical of medicine and science, and they're always struggling to try to bring God into our reality, because he doesn't really seem to appear in reality. So they apply that to people having mental health issues or with depression, and try to say that must be related to God, when there's just no reason to think that.
They're very sneaky about it too. They will insert themselves into, they'll give themselves their own sort of degree, or call themselves a counselor, or a counseling sort of thing, and that'll be like an option that you can choose from. That it's kind of like when homeopathy, where you go to the drugstore and you have all the actual medicine, and then right on the shelf right next to it is the sugar water that doesn't do anything.
Yeah, does nothing.
And it's labeled to look just like the drugs. So
that's why I love Andy Hughes to come out and take an entire bottle of homeopathic sleeping medicine right before he would give us a talk, and he would down the whole bottle, and then he'd read it like later on, like, do not take more than 4. Well, I just took like 24, so but we'll see if it has any effect. And obviously he's able to give his talk. He's not passed out. He's not going into a coma, because they don't do any.
They don't do. Do you know what alternative medicine that works?
Medicine.
Yeah.
Well,
and on that note, actually.
Well, I just want to, just before you do, I just want to point out that John Vance said to Pat, like, "Oh, you atheists are the ones that get angry and all this stuff," and then he rage quit.
No, I booted him out. He was
Oh,
he
you
was going
booted him?
off.
He was getting pretty angry for a gentle Christian that never
He was
gets
going
angry.
on a tirade. I just said, "Time for you to
That's fair.
go." We've heard
Sorry,
enough from him.
I just wanted to point that out.
So, Amy, what percentage lizard blood do you have?
See,
Oh.
it's only a
it's gone up.
third, but you
it's
would
going
think
up.
exactly. But once you get my power level, which is coming soon, I should be getting even more lizard blood. You have to once again sacrifice a baby into a volcano, just the same as the test for it being an atheist.
Okay.
It all makes sense. And I'm sensing love.
Praise that
we are
surprise.
actually going into first of all, that would be so funny. It does make me want to just like create a blood test, and it's like, John, insert person. I can't believe it. The test came back. I'm lizard on my mother's side. I didn't even know. And on that, we are midnight ranting on how Jesus saved an atheist on her deathbed. I don't think any of us were convinced. Nonetheless, we are moving into our midnight ranting outros.
Amy.
And freak, we're going in opposite order, which means from what is left of the girl deck, you are the latest to join us, which means you are the first to do your midnight ranting outros.
I just want to say
What
to John,
is
you know,
up,
don't
Freak?
get, you know, that's a good stream. I just want to say to this John fellow, don't get discouraged. It's almost kind of expected coming on to, you know, atheist stream or any stream in YouTube. Actually, you know, you're gonna get dog piled on. You're gonna get just you gotta grin and bear it kind of a thing. And even, you know, when they get absurd and ridiculous, just do the best you can, and you'll be okay. Because I went through it myself. Otherwise, I think that's about all I have for you right now, Amy. Good seeing you. Good seeing
Good to have
James,
you back,
everyone
DeFreak.
else.
I haven't seen you in a while.
Good to have you on,
good to have you
DeFreak.
around. Appreciate you.
See you, DeFreak.
Thank you.
And all right, we're going right down the list.
Oh my God, John. We're fine, John. We're not upset.
Patrick, what is up?
Jesus fucking
We
Christ.
have been midnight ranting on Jesus Saves Atheist on Deathbed. Hope you had a good time. What you got going on? What are your final thoughts?
Just thanks for having me on. You know, topic deserves detailed discussions. Everybody take care, and yeah, I can't beat up on Shane now because, you know, he's like had a soft moment. So, all right, everybody, you guys be good, and
Thanks so much,
I'll see you on the next one.
Take care, Pat.
Woo-hoo. Thank you so very much, Pat. It was great having you on. And all right, we're going to go down the list. Speaking of Shane, we have been midnight ranting on Jesus Saves Atheist on Deathbed, though it didn't turn out to be either of those things. But I hope you had a fun time. And what are your thoughts about the topic, or what you got going on, and your final thoughts?
Well, I just want to say Pat did a terrible job of reining me in. So I was all over the place, and he did nothing to try and stop it.
A loose cannon.
Yep.
Out of control.
Thanks for having me. It was fun. And what was the topic again? It was like 3 hours ago.
I know. Well, we have
Jesus
actually
saves
been talking
atheists.
about Jesus
Yeah.
saving
Deathbed.
an atheist on their deathbed, though it turned out none of those things were true. There was no nurse. There was she was
No
not on her
deathbed.
deathbed, and Jesus
No
didn't
saving.
save her from anything. So I'm not sure what we watched really, but it was there. It was definitely there.
All right. Well, good times.
Good times. Thank you
Thanks so much,
very
Shane.
much.
Good to see you.
Thank you.
Bilowitz. And all right, we only have one more before the pilots. I was about to say land the plane, crash the plane. One of those things.
I think the
but
plane already crashed.
Exactly. But Mark, what is up? We have been midnight ranting on Jesus Saves Atheist on deathbed. What you got going on? And please, what are your final thoughts?
Yeah, I'm looking for debates, so I will check in with Amy. I'll see if I can get a debate going for you guys. See, have a lot of fun. Yeah, we're going to be fine, John. I'll take a last dig at John for that. Look, people disagree with you. Get over it. Like, seriously. Look, this whole thing. If you are having problems, if you're having mental issues, if you're having all this kind of stuff, there's no quick fix. There's like I've been through mental problems, having to go to psychologists and psychiatrists and things like that. There is no quick fix. There's no golden bullet. It's not God. It's not alcohol. It's not any drugs. The prescription drugs that they give out are there to stabilize you so you can work on the issues. There isn't any golden solution, and I most vehemently think this is terrible because there isn't a quick fix for this girl. She's going to have the same problems that she was having as an atheist as a Christian. So she hasn't fixed anything, just finding God. Nothing's solved. She's still going to have the same struggles, and I really wish her well, finding a solution to that. But I think the solution is going to be talking to people, therapy, connecting with people, sharing her experiences, and finding assistance with her mental health struggles rather than just finding a quick fix in God. And that's the last I'll say about that. But yeah, very, very interesting night. Had a lot of fun. I am going to be featuring in one of AJ's videos, which I want to thank him heaps. AJ is fantastic. He does great work.
He's great.
Yes, he is.
Just fantastic. And so go subscribe to him. He's just past 6K, he told me, which is just incredible in such a short amount of time he's been at it. He is a really good watch, so definitely go and subscribe to him. But thank you so much, Amy and James.
Yeah.
Thanks for everyone being on. Shane and Pat and Wildheart the Freak, John Vance, thank you for coming and dissenting. Fantastic. Oh, free will, Mark versus Pat. Yeah, I'll do it. I'm there. If Pat wants to debate me on free will, I'm good. Pat? No? Okay.
No.
But thank you so much for having me on anyway. Whether or not Pat gets back to us, that's fine.
Thanks, Mark.
Thank you.
Good, Amy?
Hope we lost Amy.
She's jazz hand. No, she's there. She's jazz handling, juggling a few different things.
I think Amy's been saved.
She bumped out. Okay.
On her deathbed. Look, and that's the other thing. Okay, just while we're waiting for Amy, that's the other thing. When sort of theists talk about this, oh, he saved me, it's generally from a condition you never had in the first place. Like, this girl wasn't on her deathbed, she didn't have anything really wrong with her, but they saved her from a problem that the theists have convinced her that she has. They've created a problem that doesn't exist in order to save you from it. Which is pretty gross. Just putting it out there. Are you back, Amy?
Yes, I am. I'm not sure if it was. I was going to show off Penelope because she had jumped on the keyboard, but as I was doing that, I realized that the something within the browser stopped working, and so I was like, "Oh god!"
All her porn tabs.
I know. I had to drop everything from Pornhub. But yes, thank you so very much, Mark. And all right, speaking of cats, we are going to hand it over to our producer and James. We have been Midnight Ranting on Jesus saving an atheist from their deathbed, though we learned none of that happened. But I hope you had a good
Fake
time.
news. Fake
Fake
news. Yeah. Clickbait. Yeah, but thanks everybody for coming on and helping us get through this video and for the discussion we had afterwards. Yeah, I'm just going to echo what everybody else said about mental health and the importance of seeking out appropriate mental health care. John, maybe you should try some SSRIs if you have mental issues, if you have depression, anxiety. Go talk to a psychiatrist. Try them for yourself. See how they do. Anyway, have a good night, guys.
Woohoo! Thank you so very much, James. And with that, it's so funny. I'm going to play a game. We'll see. I don't even know. Maybe he didn't even know. I know he was saying sending love, kill doggy. I looked on the YouTubes and we have not lost this. This video is not lost monetization, which I just want to say.
Give it a minute after we close it.
I know. Give it a minute. We close I just have to send a shout out to the TOS gods because I know a lot of conspiracy theorists and a lot of like fundamentalists are like blah blah blah. They're always putting me down. Let me tell you that a good handful of our videos, while they do go under review and stuff, we almost always get approval. So it's fantastic.
9 out of 10 times. Yeah,
9 out of 10 times they actually put us through. I swear, because they're like, they're saying mother a lot. But you know what? They're on team science. So maybe we should just let them do their shtick.
Well,
thank you, you TOS
calling
gods.
up George Soros and having him put his elbow on for us definitely.
He's allowing us. He says that we don't have to shut it down, but it's outros, so we should shut it down. Thank you, George. Thank you. Paid by the globalists.
Coming.
Once again, it always goes back to the lizards.
It's raining shekels.
It's rain. It's so funny. I can't keep. It reminds me of the poll just with the PNR and just on poll they used to just shout everything was JDIF. I'm being foiled. You Mossad agent. All of them. I am a Mossad agent. Wait. Oh, now he is telling me to shut it down. Shut it down. Can we edit that? Can we cut that, class art? Dun dun dun.
Yeah.
Dun dun.
Amy,
dun.
if you don't know, she carries an Uzi.
Close. That's in the back. That's in my back.
Certified Mossad.
I have to say that this is an extremely deadly weapon. It is the deadliest that phone can offer. I do have to say that.
Yeah.
Seriously. Yes. I'm just sending love out there because we hope that you all had a fantastic night on this episode of Midnight Ranting. Woo! How Jesus saved an atheist on her deathbed from the channel Cassidy Kellagher, the other one. For a good
Thanks,
time that was worth dying over. Though I do want to thank my co-host James W. Oz is like Jesus is still
at the very
myth.
end.
Hashtag. It's kind of hard to come back from the dead if you've never existed, right? Sending love, Oz. Sending love the entire Tang gang. And in fact, I want to thank my co-host, James W., along with Oz out there, everyone out there. But our guests, our guests, Jazz Hand 1 and Jazz Hand 2. Our guests, Mark,
Bob,
AJ, Shane, Burr Buddy, Patrick, Dr. God, The Freak, Wild Heart, and Con. Woo! Along with all of the lovely people in chat, our fantastic mods
so
who
lovely.
make this stream so great, and lovely viewers like you who make this channel even possible. If you enjoy the show, please don't forget to like, follow, or subscribe, because then you gain access to that bell icon, which when set to all will send you links to see our premieres or our live streams. What's up, interwebs? Or hey, why not leave a comment once the video's done?
Yeah, he's already gone.
You can also leave a super thanks, and we'll read it back on the next episode. After the show, we'll be heading over to the Skeptic and Ranting Discord server, the link of which is in the description below, along with our fantastic channel members who you can become a part of by hitting the join button. Though the best way to help us make even more content and to unlock some unique perks is by checking out our Patreon at patreon.com/Amy Newman. I am Amy Newman, and we will see you all on the next episode of Skeptic Ball Z. Good night.
Good night, guys.